G'day. I am live. And I've got it all happening. Rock and roll. My mic's working. Let's get everything all comfortable. I've got a coffee brewing over there at the moment, so I'll be off in a second to get that happening. But I just wanted to start the stream off, and I'm going to hit play on the Meltzone. I've actually listened to some of this already, but I'm just going to replay it for the sake of you guys being able to hear it all. And I hope that Tom and Stefan don't mind me listening to their podcast while I work and live stream at the same time. And I have links in the description there. So anyway, I'm going to shut up and...
This is episode 36 with Tom
and Stefan. And after quite a while of no podcast, we have some interesting topics for you. In food once again, lots of news from Asia. We thought, TCT Asia, that has been this week, and if we are going to attend Fortnext this year, that is still not cancelled yet. Then Creality claims to have shipped over 500,000 printers in 1 month. That is more than they shipped all last year, which is really interesting. More Creality news. We just discuss a patent that seemed to have popped up that includes leveling a 3D printer using strain gauges, and that is exactly what the CR6SE does. And if we think that could influence like sales of that machine in Europe, and if even other printers like the Ultimaker or the Smart Effector from Duet could actually infringe that patent.
Yeah, and if you do manage to grab one of those printers, how do you then tune it in? We covered two approaches to a assisted or semi-automated slice and settings tune. And we also cover some of your questions. So we talk about a new approach of doing 3D printed supports that are easy to remove, but do not require a dual sugar setup. We cover filament recycling, whether it's PLA, PETG, and whether it makes sense to actually ship those back to manufacturers for recycling. Way to learn about metal lathing and milling, two 3D printing channels who are both kind of dabbling into metal work. Stefan has a lot to say about that. And lastly, can the Mini print ASA safely? And might even be able to print polycarbonate. So we discuss that as well. It is good to be back. It's been a hot minute, man.
Yeah. Times are pretty busy at the moment. I'm still happy to see that you still look sane after your video marathon for the last five weeks. Yeah, your hair has. Yeah, I also definitely need a haircut.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I mean, I know how you look with a fresh haircut usually, and you don't look like that right now. Yeah, so we've both been pretty busy. I mean, for me, the massive beginner video series. So many videos, so short notice.
Two videos in a week. I just can't really imagine how much work that's gotta be, scripting everything out and recording everything and cutting everything and pre-releasing them for sponsors and stuff like that.
So I mean, on the one hand, it's like, okay, these are what I would call easier videos. These are the sort of videos that I was doing at the beginning of when I started my channel, where it's just, okay, something that I already know about, and I'm just putting it from my brain into a script. But on the same hand, it's, doing 2 a week, it is still so much more work than doing regular releases. And I've looked at all the videos, and it was like 5 shots of B-roll in the entire thing. And now I'm doing like a full script, and like I've had videos where it was 70 shots that I still have to finish. So they've gotten more complex. But yeah, I've gotten comments like, hey, now it's got sponsors, and now we're managing to finally release some videos. I'm like, yeah, well, hold on there for a second. First of all, again, those are easy videos, and also I've not had a life for like the last 1.5 months. And we've not been doing podcasts. I've barely managed to do some laundry every now and then. So it's basically taking a credit from the future me and being like, okay, now it's all done, and now we can catch up on everything else that we've not been doing while producing those videos. Yeah, it's been fun.
Yeah. So
It's been an experience. And people are like that.
will you continue to go back to your normal schedule, trying to have like one video a week, or at least one every 2 weeks?
Well, one fully produced video a week is already like hitting it pretty hard. If it's like a project or a review or something along those lines, it is kind of hard to do it within 1 week and to still have a life. I think that's the balance you have to find somewhere. So yeah, right now I'm taking a bit of a break, quote unquote, and yeah, the next one's gonna be 10 days from now, roughly.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm planning for every 2 weeks, and if something comes up, I'm gonna have the flexibility to do, an extra one.
That sounds pretty good. So yeah, at least you're taking a little bit time off, because after such a insane amount of work, it's good to do something differently.
Yeah. I mean, right the moment the last video got released, I just went right into the next bit of work, which was putting up drywall in my bathroom, doing a new ceiling, and kind of similar to what you've been up to.
Yeah, well, not really drywall yet, but yeah, the new roof is above my head. We still don't have any shingles up there, and also our solar panels are still missing. We have some delay in the workforce, or some problems with the workforce. I hope that, next week we finally have new shingles on our roof. The solar panels are there, and I can start putting the electrics in to hopefully also kind of in a timely manner install the solar system to the grid, because I'm really looking forward to use my own locally produced electrons on my roof.
Yeah, it is pretty satisfying, especially if you have like real-time tracking and all that. It does get quite addictive. Actually, I should put my phone into flight mode. It does get really addictive just watching. Okay, today I've done this percentage of just my own power, and you get the predictions of, okay, in the morning you should probably turn on your washer, and then if you get the fire right after that, you can do that. But just at night, or next morning it's going to be cloudy, so maybe don't use too much. It's nice. It's addictive, and when you can automate that sort of stuff, it's a lot of fun.
I really need to dive into that as soon as everything is installed right here, because since we don't have a battery for our solar system in here installed yet, because I don't know if it really makes sense, and they are quite expensive. I am looking forward to put some intelligence into the system, to have a couple of things automated, some smart sockets on the wall to start the washer and things like that, or just a panel that tells you, okay, if you need to do the laundry, do it this morning, because later the weather's gonna be worse and stuff like that. I don't know what already exists in that direction, but I think with you, I have a pretty good person to talk to get some hints.
Yeah, we are running on different systems. So I'm on SMA. You're on Froyos, which is probably the better company to pick, but I'm not locked into SMA. They're not cross compatible. But yeah, it's a lot of that is actually already out there. So what my system can do is you get the $80 smart plugs, and it's not the inverter itself, it's the home manager, which is like a smart meter you put in. That can actually control those Wi-Fi plugs directly.
Okay.
And you can then program in, if there's surplus solar energy available, then always turn it on, or pick the best 3 hours in every day I think the best 3 hours in this time slot that it can run, and it needs to be at least 2 hours in one stretch, like with a washer.
Okay.
You basically turn on the washer, you start the cycle, and then you hit the smart plug and turn it off again.
Mm.
And then the solar system turns that smart plug on, and the washer will finish its cycle.
Yeah.
It's a bit janky still, but yeah, and there are actually very expensive washers that you can get that directly integrate that sort of connectivity. But it's like the power or the money you save over the time, it's not worth paying like $400 extra for a washer. Sorry.
Yeah.
No.
I don't really know how much we're gonna use that, because that kind of restricts, well, your normal behavior a little bit. But well, at least you can store your surplus energy in your battery. But my surplus energy is just, well, sold to the grid at not a lot of
9.3
something like 9 cents a kilowatt hour, and when I need to buy back from the grid, I pay like 32 cents per kilowatt hour. So
Yeah.
it is a good idea to kind of plan a couple of, well,
Yeah.
electrically intensive tasks to certain times of the day when the sun is out.
I mean, the automation is nice and all,
Yeah.
but what it really works well for is stuff that can just run like the EV charger, where it's just plugged in all day, and you don't really need it to charge at a certain time, or you like you don't really need it to charge right then and there. You just have it plugged in whenever it's a good time to use it. But for stuff like washer, dishwasher, those energy intensive stuff, it's just okay. You look outside if the sun's out, it's like, that's really what it comes down to.
I need
sorry if my audio is clipping. Windows is acting up.
Yeah.
Sorry guys, nothing I can do about that.
I need to convince my wife that it's worth the effort, but yeah, we'll see. Well, at least in our home, with my parents, we had like Nachtstrom.
Yeah.
It's
not something that's common anymore.
It's not that common anymore. So
full tariff.
Yeah. So in the 70s, when the house was built, they put in electric heaters everywhere, because it was during the time of the oil crisis. And at that time, you always had, well, those 2 meters. One was for the normal tariff, and one was for the discounted tariff at night, when all of the nuclear power plants had surplus energy that was sold to you at a cheaper price. And so things like the washer, or well, laundry or dishwasher, they were always started at night, because automatically when the signal came through the grid, some relays were switched on, and then everything started.
So home automation in the 70s.
Home automation.
They were doing that.
Yeah. Well, my dad's an electrician, so he put something in there. It's probably really crude, but it was working.
Yeah, hopefully in a month or two, I'll also get my not dual tariff, but like smart tariff meter. So I don't know if I've talked about this on the podcast before, but in the UK there's Octopus Energy, and here there's Avatar, which is written AWATTAR, so not like the movie, but like Watt. And basically, because the price for energy that your supplier pays changes every hour, they can adjust your tariff on an hourly basis as well. So you get a preview for the coming day, and it's like, okay, in the morning it's very expensive, and at night it's very expensive, and in between that, when there's high sun and high wind and low consumption, maybe you even get down to like -9 cents per kilowatt hour that you pay plus grid fees, which is about 20 cents here. So instead of paying 25 cents, you pay like 12.
Okay.
So that's pretty nice, and of course it can tie into home automation stuff. So just more stuff to manage, more stuff to play around with.
Yeah,
and hopefully save a buck or two.
Probably not really worth the time you put into that, but it's just a fun project, and for me, I think it's a good feeling using the energy that you really produce on your their own roof.
Have you looked into the Zoe leasing thing that you're doing now?
Yes, I have. I haven't contacted the guy in Berlin. I am still postponing that to later this year when our roof renovation is finished. But I'm still looking into buying an EV maybe later this year or next year.
There are new dealerships that are doing similar deals.
Okay.
So it's not just that one that it's popping up all over the place. So for you guys listening or watching, in Germany there is there's always it's been an incentive for buying a new EV, releasing one of a total of 6,100 euros. They get basically paid out in cash, more or less. And recently, as part of the stimulus package, it increased to 9,100 euros. So what some Peugeot, not Peugeot, I'm getting Peugeot. What some Renault dealerships have been doing is, because the Zoe is a relatively cheap car and they've got relatively cheap lease rates already, they've been putting together lease packages where it's like you get the car for free. Essentially, you don't pay a deposit up front, you don't pay monthly lease rates, or at least it comes down to zero because your incentive ends up being exactly what they would charge you. So basically, you can drive a Renault Zoe for free for 2 years, which is pretty amazing. I mean, why not make use of that?
Yeah. And the Zoe is, even though it's a small car, it is pretty nice. We had an intern in my department, and she was driving a Zoe for years now, and her whole family had more Zoes, and they were really happy with it. So yeah, they have quite a lot of experience.
It's been updated quite a bit, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't look as bad anymore as it used to look earlier.
I think the originals looked okay.
Yeah.
At least for the time. Like you gotta consider this is now a 8-year-old, 10-year-old design.
Hey, let me know who's there watching. Just say good day in the chat.
But you got your new EV now.
Nah.
Now you
Nah. So the E208 is made in Tvrna, Slovakia, Slovenia. I can never remember. And that plant has been shut down for a bit over, I think, almost 2 months. And they're ramping up production now. You can actually look at the registration numbers based on how many of the incentive packages were actually requested. And I think there's been like 40 of my Model E208s that have been registered so far. So that's basically, they don't exist yet. So yeah, I'll have to see. Hopefully in the next few months I'll finally get that.
Okay. So you're still driving your old EV?
No, that's gone. That's been sold to the dealer.
Okay, so you're currently on petrol again.
I'm on diesel, yeah.
Diesel.
I mean, it pains me to sort of put engine every time, but it is what it is.
It is what it is. Yeah.
Should we keep talking about some more hippie, green left stuff?
Definitely.
We've now got 3D printed steaks and salmon, and of course they're completely vegan and sustainable and whatever. By the way, that's not in a sarcastic manner. Like, shout out vegans for actually giving a. Do we have an explicit tag on this podcast? Don't think we do.
No.
Yeah, I think that the hardcore vegans are actually they're onto something. I'm not strong enough to do it fully yet, but I like myself a good tofu every now and then.
Yeah, well, if it's well prepared, why not?
Yeah.
Have you? Well, before we talk about that, have you ever tried one of these Impossible Meat burger things?
I've not had the actual Impossible burger yet. I hear in the States that you can actually get them at every McDonald's and Burger King.
Yeah, but I think Burger King sells them.
Yeah, you can get like every burger as a vegan option, which is pretty nice.
Yeah.
I've tried a couple, I don't want to say knockoff versions, but Aldi has like the Beyond Burger.
Yeah.
Which there's something in there that just tastes and smells horrible. It works if you just use it for like spaghetti sauce, if you do like a bolognese sort of thing. But as a burger patty, nah, can't do it. I'd rather just not have a burger-like thing instead of eating that.
I think
you've tried the Impossible, right?
I'm not sure
Get
if
it
it was
in
the
Lidl.
yeah, I got it at Lidl quite a while ago. I don't know. I don't remember anymore if it
That
was
was
the
the
Impossible.
Impossible.
Yeah.
I think that was it. Yeah.
It was okay. It was okay on a burger where you put sauce and other condiments on there.
Okay.
Just eating it on its own. Well, of course, it has a different taste as meat, but I don't know. I think I would buy more of it if it would be more common around here. But yeah, it's always the thing. Well, I don't buy supermarket meat. We have really good butchers around right here. We have locally produced, locally certified slaughtered meat. It costs three
It is
times.
what it is, man.
It costs 3 times the price as normal one, but yeah, I just like having a good steak from time to time.
Yeah. No, I've pretty much cut out pork and beef from the stuff I actually buy. Like if I'm with friends and we're out grilling or something, yeah, of course I'll eat some pork. But basically beef and pork is just not something I buy anymore.
So just chicken or 3D printed steak.
Yeah. So let's start with the 3D printed steak because I think that was older,
Yeah.
a few days older story. So, and I think the one that's actually more down to something that can happen. And both of these stories are like riding that edge really hard of what's actually real and what's fake in these pictures they're showing. So they're both. I think the big thing for both of those is they're doing structure. So they've got two different base materials that they're basically extruding as a paste in paste extruders. And in the steak, you can actually see they've got cartridges labeled fat, blood, and then I think the one to the right is meat. That's just cut off in the picture, but they're actually adding texture to the muscle. There we go. Fat, blood, and muscle. So they're trying to add a bit of texture because that's something that you don't really get with like a minced meat. That's like soy based or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's something that 3D printing, I guess, can be used for. Like I can see it also just being extruded with a texture. Yeah.
I think we have already talked about that in the last podcast, but one of the things that you could do with such an extruder, if you have you kind of orient the material by the printing process. You can not really simulate like muscle fibers, but at least the material has, or the artificial meat is kind of oriented in your printing direction, which might add a little bit more of the texture you're used to. Of course, the question is always, couldn't you do that at a larger scale in a pretty big extrusion machine? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. But if the 3D printing works out, maybe this could be the reason why a bigger manufacturer decides to invest in a meat extrusion machine, which adds artificial fat and fibers and blood into.
Is there a tweet I think is doing a bunch of things for service? Because it's the way I understand it, actually goes to minced meat, pressed into new shape. High in protein, being plant-based, no cholesterol. So
it always reminds me, or even taking a look at the pictures, reminds me of those unlimited long artificial eggs. Yeah.
Yes.
You have on sandwiches.
Oh god.
Why do those slices of eggs on sandwiches usually always look totally the same? Yeah, because they're not real eggs. Well, they have been real eggs, but they were separated before it then extruded into a 1 kilometer long sausage of egg that can be sliced again. That's pretty much the same that is happening right here as well.
Well, except that this isn't real animal-based product.
You're right. Yeah.
What I'm just thinking about looking at the picture, it's like it's made to resemble its meaty counterpart. What if you could just, because I see the point with extrusion, but what if you could just like, do a happy 30th birthday steak that just has the fat areas in that shape?
Well, that's industry 4.0 individualization of products.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could start an online service printing
Heavy space in there or something. we can go as deep as you want to.
Yeah. We'll see if it does. Sorry.
You could use it for cannibalism, pseudo cannibalism.
For many, not choosing those substitutes for eating is also a reason of looks and the texture you have in your mouth and things like that. Maybe we can get just one step closer to really having a pretty good substitute. The question is always, do we need a perfect substitute? It's plant-based. It's just like the similar thing as alcohol-free beer that we have around here, or Weizen beer, wheat beer. Does this beverage need to taste exactly the same as normal beer, or is it just a different kind of drink?
Yeah, the one thing I was going to bring up is like milk substitutes. I guess not technically called milk, at least in the EU. So just like not buying beef and pork, I've also switched away from buying milk, as in like actual cattle milk or cow milk. And I actually like the alternatives better. So I get the oats and almond milk from Aldi. And I actually prefer that for just mixing into cereal. Why can't you just, like, if you look at steak and the salmon we're going to talk about in a second, why can't you just make the dopest like burger patty that doesn't have to resemble beef?
Yeah.
Like, why can't you just focus on that? Just make something that actually tastes and tastes good and has a nice texture, and try not to resemble the real thing. I think that would be a more achievable and maybe even better goal than the.
Yeah, maybe the reason is because I don't know how many are, well, still not vegetarians or vegans. I would guess that that's at least 80%.
Germany, it's like 87% or something.
Okay, so there is quite a big market when you try to convince meat eaters to become a meat substitute eater. And they're, I don't know, maybe using something that resembles meat might make that step easier.
True. But then again, if you don't get it perfectly right, you're into that uncanny valley where it's like you're expecting beef, but you're not getting it, and then it's like, well, this sucks. This isn't what I wanted, and that's the end of that story.
Yeah. So either you make it really perfect, or you take a step away from the product that you know that it's different, but it still tastes good.
Yeah.
Uncanny valley. That's a perfect word for that.
Yeah, that's why I actually like the oats milk better than milk. It's not plant-based milk. It's just something that works better with cereal.
But it still looks the same, kind of the same.
Yeah, so milky white liquid, but I guess that's just what works with cereal.
Yeah.
Call it homogenate. Almond homogenate.
We'll see when that's going to be released in supermarkets, or if it's just some posh restaurants where you can buy that.
We will see. Yeah, hopefully it's not. Oh, nah, I'm not gonna go there. Okay. So yeah, the other one is the pre-printed salmon, which I don't know if it's the same thing. it's probably very much the same thing, but it's way more obscure on the script. They've got a photo of a piece of salmon under an extruder, which is, I guess, supposed to suggest that this is a printed piece of salmon. But I mean, that's a real piece of salmon. You can't tell me that's a printed piece. EU-backed AM research project. They really don't have anything to show yet. But I guess it's newsworthy for the reason that, just a few days earlier we saw the steak. And now we get the salmon, but the salmon really bad. There's nothing to talk about there, right?
Well, most popular fish. So when you have meat, why not also fish? We'll see. Would like to try that at some point. I would also be interested to try some artificially grown meat.
Oh, lab meat.
Lab meat. But that's not lab meat. That's a vegan substitute. What we have been talking.
Yes. But can we talk about lab meat for a second? Like taking actual animal cells without the brain and without the suffering and just growing it in a plastic bag somewhere. I think that sounds very attractive.
Yeah.
That's like the same mindset of grinding up the crickets and putting those into a patty. That also sounds.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind that.
I wouldn't mind. Well, I wouldn't mind that either, and I have tried crickets in the past, but that would still involve killing animals. And even though crickets might be a pest from time to time, we still need to kill them, grind them up.
Sure. So I mean, from my perspective, just plastic bag meat. So, it sounds a lot better on a lot of fronts there.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's try it. That out maybe it's that's just really happening this year. Maybe they have pretty
Oh
great.
gosh. That's an experiment on its.
And so I think
Yes.
the Fall Next Expo here in Germany, which is the biggest 3D printing expo in the world. Am I right there? At least one of the biggest ones.
Something along those lines, yeah.
Yeah. I think this is still the only expo. No, sorry. PCT Asia was last week. This week.
That actually happened as a physical in-person expo?
I'm quite sure that happened because I've seen posts of Polymaker during the last couple of days. But at least in the Western world, I think Fall Next is still the only expo that wasn't cancelled so far. And they still have the plan to do that, I think, this year again in November. But I would be quite hesitant to go there, even though I have been there for the last 4 or 5 years. I don't know. What about you?
Yeah, I posted about this on Twitter briefly, but when I saw that they were announcing, yes, it's going to happen in person. So the thing is that they said they were going to have extra precautions and wider aisles and less people there, but it is still a very international audience that's going to come together, and most trade shows, it is still going to be crowded, especially around the more popular booths. I don't know. So,
and the thing is that people all over the world come there, so there is a potential risk that you have just somebody in there. Yeah, might be contagious.
If it isn't perfectly obvious, we're talking about this being potentially a new COVID-19 super spreading thing. Just to be very clear here, if it is not already, I don't know. We'll have to see what the situation is when the show actually happens.
Yeah.
Like if we're in the middle of wave 2, like no way. If they're permitting international guests from areas that are not keeping it under control right now, I would be way more hesitant to attend than if it was like, okay, everything's still cool, everything. Like right now, it feels very calm in Germany. Like we've got this under control, more or less. Right now, I would probably go.
Okay.
If it was a limited audience, if I'm obviously going to walk the aisles with a mask on, and I think that's if everyone is required to wear one still at that point, which I think it will be, and that will make me feel a bit better about it. But yeah, I don't know. We'll just have to see, what exactly they do when it happens, what the situation is. And like people who are just like, oh, dude, it's your job as a journalist to attend and to cover. Go, explicit word yourself. You're not the one to decide, what I risk my health and the health of people around me for. So
Yeah, we'll see. TCT Asia happened. Yeah, I think I just posted the link into the show notes. It happened last week, and it looked quite normal. Let's put it that way. You can see people there without masks, and lots of other ones with masks, which looks totally usual for Asia.
yeah. Also, there's the entire social. How do you call it? That's the fact that the people are just used to wearing masks in the Asian countries. Probably helped them a lot in getting it under control from the start, so now they can go back to normal a bit quicker.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So we shall see.
We shall see. Maybe let's stay in Asia and put that topic right here as the next one on our list. Quite interesting. Well, press release by Creality, I think last week or something like that. Creality claims to have shipped 500,000 printers in April.
May.
Close enough. Sorry, May. Which is an insanely big number. And they're saying that they have shipped 500,000 printers last year, 2019.
In all of 2019.
And in just 1 month, in May this year, 2020, they have shipped another 500,000 printers, which is mind-blowing. And
which definitely for that month makes them the biggest 3D printer manufacturer in the world.
Yeah.
If not just with their overall numbers they're already at this point.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But I have been asking myself, who got all the affiliate money? Because I didn't get it. No. Sorry, just kidding.
Well, yeah.
So we have been discussing about that before recording and asked ourselves, okay, have that been backlogged printer that weren't able to be shipped out because most of the Ender printers were out of stock for quite a while at the beginning of this year, and they just figured out how to get their production chain in order again, and in that month they were really able to crank out this big amount of printers, which is insane.
Yeah, so they've also got some numbers in this press release that states how many orders they're receiving. So they're saying in April they received 460,000 3D printers during the first half of the month. So that doesn't quite add up to 500,000 printers in a month. 500,000 printers ordered in a month. That's still 320,000, which is a lot, but it's roughly half as many. So I think what's going on here is just first of all, Asia has been earlier on the entire COVID shutdown and infection curve. So Asia went into really hard, well, China at least, went into a pretty hard shutdown during a while, and then they were able to open back up because they had very few new reported cases. So what I'm seeing here is Creality had orders piling up during that shutdown. They weren't able to produce, they weren't able to get the parts in the amount or in the volume they needed. And then in May, they finally got all the parts in and they were able to fill all those backlogs. And during that month, they were able to ship all those printers out.
But man, 500,000 printers. I don't have any numbers. How many printers Prusa is usually shipping?
Less.
Way less.
Well, I'm not going to Google it because that's going to be horrible to for listeners. Yeah, so obviously that is a lot of printers. The question is that Creality brand printers is Creality actually doing OEM work for others too, where it's a white label machine?
But I'm not 100% sure because I have seen printers from, I think, SainSmart and whatever those other companies are called, which like 100% resemble Creality printers and are just called SainSmart Endo3 or something like that.
Well, I mean, there are like Amazon Amazon sellers that are just selling, okay, this is the Shane Wen Fing Ender 3, this is the SainSmart Ender 3, this is the Rumble Leaks.
I was just about to try and make a shortcut for this, but I couldn't be bothered finding the program, so too bad.
And it is just Creality Ender 3.
It would be interesting to know if they really do other white label 3D printers for other companies. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. Well, if they have the production facilities and the capacities, it makes sense to do something like that. But the other printers that you're usually getting from other companies, I'd say they mostly look distinctively different, and I would almost doubt that they come from the same, but it's always hard to say.
They all look like Ender 3s now.
They all look Ender 3s on the outside, but if you dig deeper, they are definitely manufactured differently. So.
I think this just goes to prove that 3D printing is not dying down during lockdowns. In fact, there is, if anything, there is an uptick in interest in 3D printing, in 3D printing sales, obviously, as well. I've gotten comments on YouTube from people who knew nothing, basically, and like, why are you still making videos about basic stuff? Like, nobody cares about 3D printing anymore in this pandemic, like, nobody's buying printers. We've just been proven wrong.
Yeah.
You've just been proven wrong.
It would be interesting to see if the amount of printers that are sold is dying down in the next months just a little bit, because, well, during the last month, people often had more spare time. There was the demand, or I think many bought printers for 3D printing personal protective equipment. And if the market is now at least stagnating a little bit, and I even have heard from filament manufacturers that the amount of filament that was sold over the last months.
When we've had a PLA shortage.
Yeah.
On top of that.
There's the question if maybe both.
Yeah, there's a lot of things coming together.
Yeah. So, yeah. Impressive.
Sure, for sure. Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see if, in the coming months, people will actually stop buying 3D printers or stop being interested in it. Because, well, it costs money. And with unemployment rates in some countries being as high as, 15%, 20% from one month to the next, I can see how people would, maybe not invest in a hobby that's, it's going to cost them easily a couple $100, and then you don't know how much in upgrades or in maintenance it's going to add on. We'll see.
We will see. All right. Maybe let's stay with Creality for another second. So I recently released a video on Creality's new CR6SE 3D printer, which is the big Kickstarter printer that gathered more than $4 million on Kickstarter. Yeah. And one of the things that I found really interesting and I really like to see on one of those machines was the strain gauge leveling sensor. So where the nozzle physically touches the print bed, deforms a part in the printhead, and that deformation is sensed by a strain gauge, and therefore it knows that it touched the bed. Has the advantages that you directly measure the height of your bed and not at a different location with a different probe or something like that. So it makes things a bit easier. It also has some other problems, but anyways, the thing is that somebody wrote me an email that there is a patent from a German company called Conrad Electronics, more or less the biggest German electronics reseller, that there is a patent on a leveling sensor using strain gauges, which was really interesting. That I wasn't aware of that patent. And the question that I have is if that could be affecting selling that specific 3D printer here in Germany or here in the EU. I think it's only they only have applied for that in the EU. I think it's a European patent.
EP.
Yeah.
Selected, yeah. So yeah, this is from 2013, 2014, that area. Wait, the priority application filed and key and published in 2018. That's B1. Okay, so that's a revision of that patent. So expiration is going to be 2034. Yeah, 3D printing and patents, man. It's a long-lasting hate story. You guys are probably all familiar with the fundamental 3D printing FDM patent that expired in 2000 and something, 2008-ish, which then kicked off Adrian Boyer's team, thinking, hey, we can do this now. We don't have to worry about patents now. And basically kicked off this entire. So does this restrict Creality from selling a printer with that feature in the EU? Probably.
Could be if Conrad Electronics is really using that to, if they're really defending their patent. Sometimes patent applications are for defensive purposes, so you apply for a patent. Well, patent is expensive, but still you apply for a patent that nobody else can patent it, and if you don't really enforce that, but you could.
That's the noble idea behind that.
That's the noble idea.
So the way I've been explaining patents is basically, you try to patent everything. You try to patent the mundane, the obvious, the pre-existing stuff, and you just try to have as many patents as possible. And somebody comes at you and is like, hey, you're infringing on our patent. You say, okay, see, you have 380 patents on your stuff. We have 420. Let's just settle this. Let's just call it even. I'm not going to sue you. You're not going to sue me, and that's going to be the end of the story. So the individual patent, whether that's valid, whether that's even something that's patentable, whether there's prior art, prior invention happening there, that at some point just becomes irrelevant.
Yeah.
Just the pure idea of, okay, maybe this this idea of doing leveling on a 3D printed event with a strain gauge, maybe that's been discussed in the record forums before this thing was even applied for, which would invalidate the entirety of that patent, or at least the part that was explicitly released before that. But at some point, it just doesn't matter, because these patents at time of application aren't checked to the point where it's like, okay, we're making sure there's no prior art. It's just nobody has complained that there's prior art. Because as I understand, the patent office doesn't actually do much checking. It just publishes a preprint and is like, okay, if anyone claims prior art on this, we'll look into this. But if nobody says anything, it's going to be fine.
Yeah. So, and that would also maybe influence Ultimaker with their piezoelectric leveling system, though I'm not sure if that's also covered in the patent. And also the smart effector that do it is, for example, selling.
3D. So yeah, the smart effector is using string gauge to start.
Yeah.
Ultimaker, like you said, uses a key as an element because they're saying a toughness algorithm. So a force measuring device, which I guess technically a piezo is just doing that. It is sensing a force and outputting an electrical signal. So it is a force measuring device in a sense. And yeah, that force sensing of the details that are being captured. So just, this apparatus with XY wherein it uses a force measuring device. So if it's not using a force then all the other then all the other bits are still valid. I don't know, man. Patents.
It's just
like it.
Yeah, it's just interesting. Well, I was just quite excited that popped up, and yeah, as I said, and well, Conrad Electronics, they are a electronics reseller, but they also have their Rank Force series of 3D printers. So they do also have at least a bit of interest in the market and protecting their own developments.
Yeah. So Conrad, overall, I don't have the impression that they're the most noble company out there. Vaterot, who you guys might be familiar with as I guess the company, I mean, they're a pretty small company that came up with the Trinamic solid stepstick that have, Trinamic cameras are now used in so many printers. So they designed the solid stepsticks, which is the foldable size module. And, a bit after they released their original design, of course, open source, all of that, Conrad came out and basically cloned them and sold them under their own brand. And then people were coming to Vaterot saying, hey, this thing isn't working properly. And turns out, they bought the fake Satin Stepstick from Conrad. Conrad failed to disclose that this is not a genuine product and this is instead, they were even based on the Vaterot Satin Stepstick and just made their own thing based on plans and sold it, basically creating the impression that this was a Vaterot Satin Stepstick. So, I think that's a pretty big move. And yeah, it came back to Vaterot where it's like, your stuff doesn't work. But it was just Conrad being a shit clone. And Vaterot got them to stop selling those for a bit. And then they came right back and started selling them. Okay. So, being an electronics retailer, kind of, I guess, gives you special rights because, like, who's going to fight you? Who's going to take you to court? Who's not going to be bankrupt after taking you to court or losing potentially? Yeah. So that's Conrad. Not bad. Okay. But in general, I guess if you need a resistor for $2, you can go into the store and buy it. That's the advantage they have.
When I was a small boy, I was always happy to browse through their catalogs for hours and hours.
Sure. Sure, yeah.
Those are the fond memories of Conrad that I have.
Yeah, I'm saying, but if you look back at it, that stuff was always ridiculously expensive. To stay on the topic of patents and all that, the other thing that came to my mind is where there is actual pre-existing patentage is the feed belt topic that Black Belt uses and the white knight printers, where it's instead of having a bed on a printer, it's a continuous feed belt that pushes prints out. Now, I'm just realizing that there is a reason that they can get around it. So, as a background on that, there is a patent by MakerBot, now Stratasys, that patented that Thingomatic feed belt. Where it was the Cupcake CNC, the original 3D printer that had like a tiny little belt on it instead of a belt, which is the change itself. I think it was like 8 by 8 centimeters of usable build area. Which honestly, for a printer that empties itself, I think is plenty. But still, They patented that, and now the reason why you see the black belt and the white knight printer actually having that tilted tool head is because that doesn't infringe on the patent, supposedly. Because it's not a Cartesian square machine; it is actually angled, and that creates some issues in the processing of parts, but also it creates some new opportunities, and it doesn't infringe on the patent. But the way I understand, again, I'm not a lawyer; I'm not looking into this in detail.
But if you would have a well, I think one of the advantages of, for example, the White Knight 3D printer or black belt or however they're called is that you can really do continuous 3D printing. You can print a 5-meter long bastard sword. And that can only be done if you don't have this Cartesian system, because otherwise you would be kind of limited by the build area. Then you eject the part, and then you start with a new one.
I mean, I guess you could still do it, because I think that the Meltzone still has that anchor on top. So if you just take your Cartesian layers and you print a taller layer here, and then you just step it down, and you split your parts into basically like little columns, where you print the tall one up front, and then you just step it down, and the printer just always goes along the Z, or just has incremental Z axis. You get what I'm getting at? Yeah. So I guess you could do that. Could still do that.
Yeah.
The way I understand it is just a necessity to work around.
Well,
but it's still, even though it's probably something that Stratasys could go after, they are not. It doesn't look like they're interfering there.
No.
Yet.
Well, there are more and more companies popping up with those belt 3D printers, and even Creality has shown of a belt 3D printer, which might become way more popular in the future because they're able to provide those printers at a lower price point. I'm quite excited that they are also going into that direction, but that could call Stratasys to action, because then there is a market there. There's a big company behind that. You would be able to sue, and for the smaller ones, White Knight and Black Belt, they're startups at the moment. There's not that much competition I think you currently have.
Yeah, and as far as I'm aware, Stratasys are not actually using that patent right now. So it doesn't have a best that's being sold, and to make one thing about it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
So, what I'm really excited about is what Brooke Drum comes up with or ends up releasing, because Printabot, obviously, Printabot's gone out of business. Brooke has retained the rights to the Printabot brand, and he's been working on the printer belt again. So I think that's going to be his first product again after getting himself and I don't think it's the same company anymore, but after getting himself back on his feet, I think that's the first thing he's going to be releasing as some sort of a product.
Cool. Yeah.
Printer belt.
Yeah. All right. Shall we continue to the next topic?
Yes, I mean we could keep ranting about patents, but
since we're not lawyers, it's some of it is always speculation. Just as a disclaimer.
Obviously, and I gotta say, I lack the brain power of actually working through a patent and understanding every little bit and understanding every little implication that the way this sentence has been laid out has.
I think can't be an engineer to properly understand patents, because some things maybe don't really make sense, and are just intentionally made more complicated, even if you're saying no, that's the way how it is really clear in the end. I don't know. I just hate it,
man. Anyway, print settings and print settings tuning. You've got the 3doptimizer.com here.
Yeah. So I wanted to add if you have ever
I've
worked
just realised that the camera's flipped.
specific parts or G
Oops.
codes to tune in specific settings of your 3D printer. I know that in your filament series, you've been printing like 3 benches at 3 different temperatures. I think that's already going into that direction. But there have been, especially 3D Optimizer, a service been popping up that have a wizard that guide you
Better.
through the process of setting up a filament in a 3D printer. So
Yeah. So you basically summed it up. Yeah, I've been using handcrafted G code for optimizing or finding a set of print settings that works for filament during filming. But I've not been using like a full-on assisted optimizer thing like the 3D optimizer or the another one. Which we could
All right, well that's pretty damn bent. I don't get what's going on there, but I've had to flip it so it doesn't flip.
And
Oh well,
yeah,
I'll work it out
I
later.
have been using 3D Optimizer in the last couple of weeks a little bit. It's a paid service. I still have. I think they somehow because not that many were using it. I don't know what really the reason behind that. But yeah, it's a pretty interesting service. So you set up a material in there, you specify I think the broad range of temperatures and other settings that are interesting for that material. And then you are guided through, I think it's something like a 10-step process where in each step you print or you download a code which is especially designed for the settings you put in there at first, print it out, and then judge which of the parts that were printed looks the best. And then those settings are then used for the next test again, and you are basically guided to setting up a whole profile in the end, and it spits you out printing temperatures, fan settings, retraction speeds, retraction lengths, and everything that is usually important for a profile. And it is guided and sometimes helps you set up materials that you're not that well commonly using, which is cool. But it is, I don't know, did you check how much the subscription is?
It's $5 per week.
Okay.
Or $14 per month. Or
So it's settings for Simplify 3D, Prusa, Slicer, and Cura.
interesting that it doesn't support. I just lost my window. There you go. That it doesn't support the good old Slipcure. So it seems like Crucial Slicer is solidly replacing that.
Yeah.
Displacing that.
Yeah.
So how does that you basically you upload? What do you start with?
Well, basically in the beginning, you tell the wizard looking for good print quality or are you looking for better strength? Well, let me just sign it for a second. Let's see. Your subscription has expired.
Well, there you go.
You basically select what the aim of the optimization is. Do you want to have better print results or better strengths? Even though I don't know how they judge better strength in the setup process, but I have done it so far for visual quality, where you tell it your printer or printer size and what material you're using, and then you go through, for example, the first step, the suggested printing temperature is between 230 and 160 degrees Celsius. And then it prints specific models in that range. They don't take a lot of time to print, they're pretty flat. And then you get kind of a matrix of print results out. There are some pretty pictures on their website, and you choose the one that looks the best, and then you go to the next setting. And you are not only tuning one setting at a time. So, for example, for printing temperature, you test printing temperature and printing speed, and which combination of those two seems to be the best for the material.
Right. So you always start from scratch. You don't start with a profile that you say is okay for you. Instead, you really have a bone stock profile that you do start with.
Exactly. and you're not putting any STL models or something like that in your slicer, they pre-compile G code for you. And you download that, you put it on an SD card, and then you just print it out. It didn't always work perfectly for me, and I had to tinker with the G code from time to time. But all in all, it was an interesting process if you're not 100% sure which setting is now causing me problems, or if you just want to know, could I still tune my retraction settings a little bit more to get less strings on my print and stuff like that. So you can try it 3D Optimizer, but then there is also Carl wrote me an email, and Carl wrote a software on his own, which is used for calibrating retraction speed and retraction length, which is also just a really simple graphical user interface where you have a tower and judge which section of the tower looks the best, and that should be the perfect settings for retraction. I haven't tried out Carl's Pro yet, but it also looks quite usable, and I really like the idea about a structured approach, like the design of experiments approach for tuning and settings, because tuning one parameter at a time often doesn't lead you to the perfect result.
Looking at the test doing and the way it's laid out, it doesn't seem like a particularly complex system to set up. Like I feel like somebody with a bit of programming experience could like set this entire thing up in like 2 days. Of course, 3D Optimizer, I guess, is the first one who's doing this. But I'm sure we're expecting that there are going to be others that maybe even publish this as an open source Python script or something. But for the time being, we have 3D Optimizer. So yeah, in the end, you actually get a profile for your slicer. Is that something? If you say I want to tune for, say, Cura, you actually get test prints that are sliced in Cura, or is it just a generic set of prints that you get where a few parameters have changed? It's basically the same G code.
Boy, am I glad I saved it.
It's definitely the same G code, and in the end, they just put those settings into a Cura profile or into a Prusa slicer profile. So it's not slicer specific. So maybe your results will vary a little bit in the end, but I think you're already pretty close, and maybe get an understanding what parameter could influence my printing quality. And this is also something that you could just use to learn. And I have, for example, been using that for tuning in bridging settings for polycarbonate, for example, because my bridges always look horrible, and I thought, yeah, why not try it out and see if it works for my polycarbonate. And for example, you tune the fan setting for bridges and the flow ratio for bridges. You could definitely set that up all by yourself, but this is just straightforward. And if you do all the tests, it basically covers more or less all of the settings that are necessary for a printing profile.
Yeah. And it's, I mean, when you're printing, how many are these? 25, some 36, a lot of prints per plate. I mean, you could do that. You could surely do that manually, where you just, print a bunch of test files, you change one setting, you print, and just, you print at 200, 210, 220 degrees. But when you have 30 of those tests in one plate, like, that's going to be really tedious to do manually. Again, you could do manually, but it's just impractical.
And this is a stepwise process. So you start tuning in a specific set of parameters, and then with those parameters, you go to the next setting, because the amount of parameters you are having, if you would do a full factorial design of experiments analysis, you would need probably millions of test samples to find the perfect one. And this stepwise approach helps you to reduce the number of variables from test to test. And yeah, those are 12 tests in the end. You do them one after the other. I never did the whole set. I just picked out a couple which were interesting for me.
Okay, so you can't actually do just the ones that you think you need.
Yeah. It might have been better to do all of them, but I think it might be convenient for some. I don't really like that it's a paid service, but on the other hand, why spend like days of tuning in your settings if you could also just pay $5 and can use their service for a week and dial in your new material. And if you use the free trial, I think you can also you can use the service for 7 days with all of the tests, and then I think afterwards you can just test your, I don't know.
Visual quality targeted. So I'm reading that as the paid options also give you testing for strength or optimization.
Yeah. As I said, I don't know how they would judge that, but maybe I need to thoroughly try it out at some point. But yeah, as I said.
I gotta bend these headphones open because these are way too tight. These are starting to hurt my ears here. Way too loose. So, damn cheap super looks. I should get some nice.
I can always recommend my Bose QC25s.
Yeah, I've got the Sonys. The 1000X and 3, but I do like my 5.9 that I'm using for editing.
Yeah.
I should just get rid of pay for these.
Yeah, so 3D Optimizer, give it a try. If you want to use a more open source and free alternative, check out Carl Johnson's site, also linked down in the description, where he has set up one of those tests for calibrating your retraction settings. I also have, I think, one material I really want to try it out, and I will probably do that the next days. But yeah, it looks really cool, and I think it's worth using because you have this like guided or at least structured approach to tune and settings, and you don't miss anything.
I mean, I would say that maybe this tuning is the job of maybe the printer manufacturer or the filament manufacturer if it's like specialty stuff. But we're not there yet. We don't have perfect profiles for every printer. I mean, I keep stressing that good profiles with a printer are kind of super important. If you don't have them, you can always use use services like that and maybe spend a bit more in the long run. But you're still gonna get good prints.
Well, and that's, as I said, a learning opportunity to just learn what settings could influence.
Hey.
Results in the end.
Hey, Teresa, I only just saw it. There's been nothing in the stream chat for ages, so I've been looking at it less. But yeah, I'm in here now. This is the scan of John's head. Let me just bring out the rest of it.
Results due to the pigments that they're using, due to the amount of moisture that they're using. Maybe they are compounding the material with their own 11.
So I'm just patching all the holes first, and then I'm going to go over and actually smooth the bits that have got that rough texture on them. I'll get onto our echidna skull as soon as I get my whole hands on it. So for anyone watching, we've got an echidna skull scanned recently, and we haven't quite worked out how we're going to distribute it yet, but there will be money involved until we've made our money back from the scans and made a little bit of money on the side as well. And then we'll work out what happens to it after that. But yeah, we're just working out a system. So if anyone's got any ideas, I'm happy to hear them. But yeah, nothing official yet as far as how this is going to get released. Only that will somehow for you to get your hands on. That's the echidna skull, not this one, sorry.
Sometimes it's worth it. Sometimes people don't want to.
So yeah, just been listening to the podcast. I hope you guys can hear it. Can you hear the podcast, Teresa? I don't know what can be heard from the other end.
What I did notice is that the more technical materials, PC and ASA.
It's amazing how much doing this manually can really do a better job than doing it with the auto settings. If I hit auto, it's going to destroy that edge on us and all sorts of bits and pieces. So you watch, that one's probably going to disappear the whole. No, it didn't. One of these will disappear that whole border. And when I tried finding it intentionally and disappearing it, then undoing it, and then hitting repair all, it seemed like it ignored that it had been undone and it actually deleted it again. So I'm not quite through with sussing that out, but you can undo a section if you don't like it and then patch it a different way. Because it doesn't really know what you want to patch.
But the thing that I noticed, because I was measuring all of the samples, the deviation in the dimensions of the samples was usually varying with the other brands of materials, and the stuff that I have printed with the PC blend, they were basically all spot on, which is really nice for me. Yeah. Yeah.
God damn it, why do they keep making good products?
Well, I'm still not a Prusa affiliate, so I can't be a real shill because, yeah.
Oh, you're just saying that they're paying you behind the scenes.
Yeah, definitely. Well,
yeah.
I gotta say that Mikuláš sent me those rolls of sequin for me to play around with.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah, paid by.
At least I disclosed my business relationship.
Yeah. Enough of that for the moment. If you guys need to tune in your materials, check out 3D Optimizer and Carl's rejection calibration.
I've never really seen the blue ones do too much damage. The pink disappear bits that you want, and the red ones can disappear ones that you want. So you just got to watch out for them. Sometimes when it takes a chunk off, I don't care because I can see that the chunk's not really influencing the shape. Like that one that just disappeared then wasn't critical. But sometimes you delete one and you can just see it delete an entire patch that you probably want and that you're better off to bridge in instead. See that? I want to keep that. I don't want to lose that edge. That one I don't care about. Ooh, that one. We'll keep it. That might end up going later though, because it could be two skins on top of each other. Yeah, no, look, that one's going to stay. I'll bridge that because that's going to be a contour here, and we don't want to lose any details that we don't have to lose on that area. So I'm not even going to click any of those ones in that region. I might try this red one. It's done nothing. Undo it anyway.
I could just put a pen on the tool heads. Pretty good idea. Would save me working with the PVA material or other breakaway support. I think it's also a really cool approach and does enable you to print really nicely, releasing supports just with a single extruder printer. The thing again, kind of similar to the thing again is that the implementation in software is the problem. Non-planar 3D printing, that's what I was.
There you go,
So he has linked an article that he wrote in the Prusa forums, and he said that currently the G code is still like hands tailored. That on the height where the support is finished, he uses the pen to draw on the interface layer. If you could somehow fool your slicer to with a multi-material approach to use the pen, I think that could be a workaround, or maybe this could be really something that could be implemented in the Prusa slice cure or some other slice in the future. I think it's a really neat approach, and with simple tools could add value to the 3D printing process as it is today. And imagine.
Sorry, Teresa, I've been looking at
support pens with special ink in there.
It's got a copyright strike through. I missed what that was about. The copyright strike through.
Yeah, that's what you get to. What they get to with.
Yes, it is horribly tedious.
Yeah, but
The black one? Which black one? The black dot? Oh, the black dot. Yeah, when they don't fill properly, they go black. I don't quite understand what that's all about, but yeah, sometimes you'll click one and it'll sort of just go black and not do anything.
Maybe it doesn't stick as well as you want to for some prints. Sure. Maybe there's better pens to use, different things, but that's all down to.
See that red one descend? It just destroyed something.
As you're saying, yeah, the software support needs to be there. The question is, who would implement something like this when they don't have a printer to?
The copyright, the audio. Yeah, look, I've linked it in the description. I'm just listening to it. I mean, it's a podcast. I've told people to go and check it out. I can't do too much more than that, and I think it's a relevant thing to be listening to while I'm doing this. So we'll see what happens. Tag them in it.
Got an interest in actually implementing the features that benefit their printers.
I'm certainly not claiming it as my own.
So yeah, like I said, maybe being able to trick your slicer into treating.
Yeah, see, those ones have all gone.
PDA tool that just prints the interface that is now 0 millimeters thick. That could work.
But yeah, so you can hear it well enough though. So there's some more of those black ones there. Cheeky buggers.
There is a branch of Prusa slicer which has.
That's going to be a shit show. That little area there.
Already implemented a new Prusa slicer version. But there is a branch of Prusa slicer where pretty cool features are implemented by the community, and also I think my gradient infill that I did a while ago is available in there. Well, anyways, if guys and just point out how that could be working, this could be a way how that could be implemented in comparison to non-planar printing. Is way easier. So
it almost on top of everything else.
We'll see. I think it's really cool, guys. Yeah, really cool. Look at the video and also the post in the Prusa forum. Maybe somebody's interested in there. Maybe you can implement the slicing part already with existing software just by tricking the slicer with the MMU approach or multi-extruder approach. Yeah, should be working.
Or Cura with the scripting feature.
Yeah.
That could be powerful there. Cool. All right, next one by 2088.
I'm thinking the same thing, Teresa, but due to the nature of it, because no machine's going to know what shape you're dealing with and what you want, any automatic patching is probably going to make a mess of at least some parts of it. It might do a great job on others, but see what I could do is I could run this through Netfab or something like that. Oh, it's backwards now. Really? Okay. Well, that's interesting because my preview in the studio is showing it as normal now, and I flipped it to make it look normal when it was all backwards. I'm going to go back into the studio and unflip it. I'm going to have to suss that out. Tell me if that's better.
The amount of work that you need to spend sending PLA prints to a company, they need that you only put PLA in there, so can they sort between PLA, PETG, ABS, whatever could be in there. What else do we have in there? Metal shavings, I don't know. Those could all be a problem for the layer extrusion process. Then you need to shred that material down. Then you need to dry it, yada, yada, yada.
So overall, does it actually have an ecological benefit versus just using mass-produced new filament? And is that, if there's a benefit, is that worth the trade-off of having a degraded material? I think that's what it comes down, because I mean the alternative of disposing of failed prints basically is either it gets landfilled or it gets burnt.
Yeah, cool. Okay, so that's fixed it. All right. Well, it's got to be backwards for me then to be right for everybody else. That's right. If I can remember that, I'll be fine.
Recycling.
And it's not backwards on the screen I'm working on, so it's all good in the hood.
Be used for energy. Yeah, it's like burning wood for power, which I guess is better than land. Is it better than landfilling?
I just lost the bit that I was working on.
Nice approach. I don't know if it doesn't make. I don't know if it's really making technical sense, economic sense. Container also produces CO2. I don't know.
And there's been a few companies. This doesn't really great, but there are a bunch of companies that tried this approach, but I've not seen one of them really take off.
Yes, I have printed a bunch with recycled materials, but those are usually, this is plastic waste that is industrially produced. An injection molding facility that is next door, so you don't you have a ton of material. You know that it's good material. You know that it's the right material. It has all the same. That makes things way easier. So the RPETGs and RABS and whatever you can find nowadays are usually made from, I don't know.
But the order that you do these repairs in makes a big difference to how it turns out in the end.
For example, materials. So I don't know if you extrude that out or.
Okay, all right, you do your adulting if you haven't already left, and I'll see you when you get back. I'll be doing this for a while, I'd say.
Around the auger and stuff like that. That is used as the recycled PLA.
Okay, as far as I know, that's being purged out.
3DK Berlin, they have, I think, an Ehrmann or some other yogurt manufacturer next door, and they get PLA waste from PLA yogurt cups or something like that they then produce material out of. Or even schools.
Yeah, schools are perfect.
Yeah, hopefully more people will join soon.
And the schools are usually marked. Interestingly, Fisherman schools are not marked.
They are marked. Yeah, I've been looking for that for quite a bit. They are marked on the inside. I think they are polycarbonate. I'm not 100% sure, but they are marked.
So yeah, with those you know exactly what sort of plastic it is, and you get like non-contaminated stuff there. Right. I'm gonna let you do the next question real quick. All right. Because you're the expert on mini lathe. Mine is a piece of shot. Unfortunately.
Yeah. So Copain Jr. is asking, anyone kind enough to tell me where should I look for sources to learn metal lathe or milling? So if you are interested in starting to use a lathe or a milling machine, there are a bunch of resources around that are not just showcasing what they're doing, but they also get into the process of machining. When it comes to lathe work, Blondie Hacks, even this old Tony. Well, he doesn't necessarily do tutorials, but he at least tells a little bit about the program. Then also, I need to remember his name. There's one guy that has been working on mini lathes for centuries, and he has also a really good YouTube channel where he also has a basic series of basic lathe operations that you usually do, and he tells about speeds and feeds and tools that you're using, and just take a look at that. There are also a bunch of books around. There's actually one book that is called, I think, Machining for Dummies or Lathe Work for Dummies or something like that, if you prefer something to read, where you also get information on the whole process, starting what is a machine, what kind of machines are there, what tools are available, and then the different operations that you're doing, and how to approach a specific project. So let's just check those guys out, and I will also check. How's his name?
When
Frank
you look
Cruz.
that up.
Frank Cruz.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how much to cover, but I guess two things to add. Obviously, for the CNC stuff, NYC CNC, great channel,
Winston
also
Moy.
very Winston Moy as well. Yes. Those are actually pretty similar in what they teach and show, because they also show you the failures, which I think is just as important as showing the success and the best practice.
Well, and Winston is using more like hobby grade machines. NYCMC, they have their big hand machine. Yeah.
True. Yeah, I mean, Winston Moy is using Shapeoko, Nomad CNC, and the Pocket. E2D have one of those.
Looking for more low-hanging
when I
fruit.
visited them the last time, they had, I think, one of the early Pocket MCs, and Sanjay was just like, dude, this thing is sick. And yeah, I guess nothing beats really being at the machine and being able to feel what the material does and being able to try different things. I think I know the question is about manual machining, but jumping into CNC without having machined material with a manual mill or lathe, I think you lose so much of the feel for what the material does, what your tool does, what it likes, what it doesn't like. So, having just a cheap mini lathe, I think that teaches you just a whole lot about how material behaves, and you can then take that into bigger tools and more automated tools.
Yeah, definitely. This is also one of the reasons why I probably won't convert my mini lathe to a CNC, because for once, the pleasure of really working on metal with your hand is something great. And it's a great learning experience. You can show somebody how such a machine works and just say, okay, rotate that dial, and if it doesn't feel right anymore, then it's probably also not the proper way to do it. And just start slow. And mini lathes are not that expensive. Buying some brass and aluminum is also not that expensive.
I actually saw the cost breakdown of what you spent on accessories and tools. Where you post that?
On my YouTube video,
On the video,
Yeah.
okay, yeah. It's like, okay, well, I see how you're actually enjoying this a lot more than I did. you spent like 3 times as much on that mini lathe than I, because I really just have the bone slot mini lathe. I don't have the quick tool post. I don't have a bunch of tools for it. I have like 1 or 2 perfect tools, and that's it. Yeah.
All right.
Last question for today. Adam Ryan, can you test printing ASM on the Mini? I guess that's the Mini Prusa Mini and not the Mini Lathe. And try to work out if it's safe. And try to work out how to manage to make it safe if it is safe. So I've got the Mini is behind me. Maybe you can see it in the video. I don't think you can, but I have recently printed ASA on it, which is Prusa ASA, which prints at 206 degrees Celsius. And it printed damn near perfect. It's a bit overshooting, which I'm surprised that it is, but print itself looks great. It is strong. It worked perfectly. 260 degrees on a hot end, but I'm not sure how much of an all-metal hot end or a line hot end it is. I would guess that if Prusa are putting that as a feature into a printer, that they can vouch for it working and for it being safe. But I will still take apart the hot end and actually see how far down the PTP goes, because it's not very clear how far it actually goes into the heated zone and or through the heat break. From what I gather is the PTP actually stops like midway through the heat break, and that means that it's just getting to maybe slightly above half the hot end temperature. So you get 25 degree damping, you get a 260-degree tool head going halfway down the heat rate. That should take you to somewhere around 150 degrees, I'd say, which is perfectly fine for PTFE. So you mentioned that it might even be possible to print the PCABS blend, right?
Yes, if you check the blog post on the PCABS that Kuta released, they even say that it's possible to print. Print it also on the mini and
So
the PC blend.
possible or recommended?
This means that all of our printers, original Prusa i3 Mark IIs, Mark III, and even our original Prusa Mini can print with PC blend. And well, they're saying that it needs to be printed at 275 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, so the box is 265 to 285.
Yeah.
That's smack in the middle.
So
Okay.
I guess it's not a as you already said, a total golden a total aligned hot end between. If you want to be even safer, I have just seen that Bondtech released a stainless steel heat break for the Prusa Mini that should be more suitable to
Bondtech is doing heat breaks now.
Bondtech
Interesting.
doing all upgrades for 3D printers from, I think, do they do nozzles? Yeah, they even do nozzles.
Fluid drive extrusion upgrade kit for Prusa Mini. Ooh.
Yeah. A lot of 3D printer accessories. It would be interesting to see how that heat break really differs from the one that is currently in the machine, but they at least claim that this would be an upgrade making, I don't know, printer temperature materials more feasible or safer, even though I don't think that would claim that you can print PC, or would their printer allow to print at 275 degrees Celsius if it is dangerous, or it would also block the printer in no time because the PTFE would degenerate and then just generate a big blob of material at the end. So
Yeah, so I'm just looking at the Prusa Mini heat break. We'll have a link below. And it looks like an actual 360 with the M6 thread up top, then the constriction, and then you have the wider. I think this is a 6 millimeter that goes into the heatsink. So yeah, basically turns it into functionally, I guess, but yeah, I'll have to take apart the Mini because it looks like it is a pretty beefy heat break. So I've not experienced heat creep with Mini yet, but I've also not printed PLA in extreme situations where I just let the printer sit for a while and then try to start printing. So far, it's been working well. But degradation stuff might also come into play at some point. Cool. Right. Oh god, that headset change was really necessary. If we're wearing glasses, you've got the cups of the headphones actually pressing down onto the ear and onto the frame of the glasses, and it's just like this pressure point. I can take it for 5 minutes more.
all right, I think that concludes today's podcast. It was again longer than expected, but yeah, that's always how it is.
Yeah, especially when you're going to catch up for 5 minutes to podcasts. Yeah. Let's try and get on track.
Yeah. Thanks everyone for listening and watching it on YouTube. If you down in the description. If you have questions, leave them down in the comments or tweet them to us at The Meltzone. And I hope to see you guys in the next one. And we see you guys in the next one.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oops. Oh well. Uh-oh. All right, I'm going to start the Meltzone podcast again from the start. From the start of their series, that is. It's 30th of September 2018. It's going to want me to download it first. Cool. Well, I hope you guys have been enjoying that. I certainly enjoy listening to it. It's good value. Let's see how much of that we can patch with this now. Sometimes ones like that'll happen, and then when you hit done and then inspector again, they'll come up as a blue one. So the small pink ones that disappear on you are not actually a bad thing. But the ones that take away kind of key chunks are a pain. Like that. I just don't think that I should take that piece out. And around here where I've been doing these repairs, you can see that I've actually made parts of it ready to fix. And even though they're a little bit ugly and lumpy at the moment, the general shape is going to have followed the contour of his head. So I will then be able to go over and give this thing a smooth and at least know that all my smoothing is going to be in the right spot. It didn't look like it did a huge amount of damage. I think I'll keep that on. Still enough chunks there. And I'm wondering whether it does actually get rid of bad bits per se. This is the first time I've actually repaired a scan this bad before. Actually, a model, I should say, this bad before. And one of the first scans, I guess I could say, I've really worked on. Although some of the models I've fixed in the past probably were scans, but just not my scans. All scans done for me, I should say. I don't want this to turn into an ad, but I can get 3D scans done, and normally they're not this bad because they're fit on a turntable. But unfortunately, we couldn't decapitate John, so we had to scan him manually. And there's some things we could have done better, I think, in hindsight. But we've got what we've got, and for the sake of seeing what I can do, I'm fixing it. Let's see what just remeshing that bit does for us. Should be a whole bunch more. Okay, so that's patched those up. Probably don't want to click the red one because it's going to delete that whole edge. Yep. Doesn't seem to let me get in any closer than that.
To The Meltzone Podcast. I'm Tom.
And I'm Stefan, and today we are going to talk about the new Prusa SLA printer that has been announced at the weekend on New York Maker Fair.
We're also going to talk about what we are working on right now. I've got some stuff going on. Stefan has some stuff going on. And we are going to discuss whether we would rather have a much larger, or a much faster 3D printer.
And we are also going to talk about your questions, which you can send us on Twitter at The Meltzone.
Nailed it.
Damn
All
it.
right. No, let's actually talk about why this podcast exists and then what the entire idea is. Of course, we're new to this. We still have this to figure out, like when the other guy is supposed to say something. But yeah, you might know us from YouTube. I run a 3D printing YouTube channel. Stefan runs a 3D printing YouTube channel. We are both Bavarians. We are both from the same region of the earth.
Well, I gotta say, I'm not a Bavarian.
You're not.
I am actually from Baden-Württemberg. I'm living just at the border, but not a Bavarian. I'm sorry to say that, but we gotta set things straight.
Close enough. But yeah, we basically got together and we were like, hey, we're both running these channels and we have a very similar idea of how to run those and what a video should look like. And it's always, it needs to be perfectly edited. It needs to be spot on topic. And this is just something where we can talk about some things in more details that kind of don't fit in on the regular YouTube sphere content. So yeah, we'll figure this out. Stefan, what have you been working on?
I've been working on some pretty interesting materials over the last couple of weeks. So a material which is not that really common in 3D printing nowadays is polypropylene, which is most commonly known in all household equipment, Tupperware, and things like these, and is also available since a couple of months as a 3D printing material. From Futura sent me a roll just like after I got back from holiday, and I played around with it, and I was pretty happy with the printing results. And I am not 100% sure why it is not that common at the moment, because I think it's easier to work with than normal flexibles. It has some pretty interesting mechanical properties, and yeah, I'm currently doing all of the tests, shoot the video, and then get the filament review out hopefully in the next couple of days.
Nice. Yeah, I think PP or polypropylene has been around in like the early days of 3D printing, like the very early days before something like the Futuramental or the Salesmandelin was a thing. But it's kind of been dormant. It's not been used a whole lot ever since. And now that we have more capable printers, I think it's time that a few of those materials are making a comeback.
Yeah, definitely, especially if you're thinking that, polypropylene is the second most used polymer on Earth.
Yeah, yogurt cups, right? Everything that's like packaging, that's pretty much all PP.
Polypropylene and PE. Yeah, it's really interesting, and it actually has the best layer adhesion I have seen with any material so far, and this is something which is pretty outstanding. And yeah, I hope to get the video done quite soon, and maybe some others will jump on that train and take a look at PP, and maybe it's a good replacement for other flexible materials.
So it is actually flexible. That's interesting.
Well, yeah, it's really flexible. The stiffness is like a factor of 7 lower than, for example, PLA.
Right.
I have no comparison like with shore hardness, what that would mean. So to compare it to something like Interflex or something similar, but still it feels really, really soft. Probably not as soft as the real flexible materials, but you don't run into issues with moisture uptake and all of the things which you have in mind when you're thinking about printing flexible materials.
Nice, very nice. I'm looking forward to that. You're kind of competing with Halloween.
Yeah, I'm really sorry there. Have you ever been working with PP so far?
I sounds good. It definitely sounds good. And you said Form Futura makes that.
Form Futura makes that. Yeah.
You.
I think most the Japanese.
Got the Ryzen 9 fucking cranking.
Verbatim, they also sell polypropylene material and
Look at that.
But
All 12 cores going gangbusters.
yesterday, and really, these are the only ones.
Using a bit of the GPU as well.
That are produced on that material.
Cool. I'll have to try it out.
Maybe that's where I'm falling down, is a dedicated GPU memory usage.
Many things. But since you're bringing it up, film and
That's getting pretty full.
your own set of tests. I've also been doing Halloween and have had that on pause for a while. I do intend to bring that back. Probably around Halloween, which makes sense because that's when it started. So yeah, we've got a website working. We're working on a website. We're working on a new scoring system because some people weren't really happy with the old, everything maxes out at 5. And then there was the flaming star thing, and it was just too many films were getting too good of a rating. So we're adjusting that. Also, one thing that I'm really excited about. Hold on. I've got these huge rolls here. Fantastic packaging for. And of course, the people who are just listening to the audio will be severely disappointed. But I've been thinking about it, kind of planning and buying stuff for a CNC, like a CNC router kind of setup.
These are some beautiful linear rods.
Linear guys, I'm sorry, that is like crackling hard in people's eardrums right now. But some MGN 15 rails. This is a full set of 6 different ones plus 2 carriages. Well, you can hear them in the mic. This one's running pretty nicely. So 50 by 50 by 50, 50 by 50 by whatever, 15 centimeter CNC router. And that's sometime in December or November or something. I still have to all figure out, but that's going to be something that I'm excited for because it just feels like such a natural extension to 3D printing.
Oh yes, definitely. And you have already been working with CNCs with your CNC, or
I've been working with the CNCs, which I've still not forgiven them for that name.
it took quite a while until you figured out what that name actually means.
Yeah, well, at first I thought it was like some Italian company, some Italian family name or something, but it's because it's spelled like SIENCI or something. So I realized it's actually supposed to be pronounced CNC, and it's the same problem I have with.
Oh yeah.
If you took a product and called it water, but wrote it WAT3R, that's like the worst product name ever. With the amount of confusion that's causing, and with the CNC too. But the CNC, I'm pronouncing it slightly different than CNC. Is, I don't know, it does what it's advertised to do, but it feels like a very incomplete product. So yeah, I still need to review it, but it's not been fun using it and trying to get it working. So
it's really hard thinking about what you want to do with it, because with like the CNC or all of the other DIY CNC routers, they're mainly made for engraving things on particular wood, and as soon as you get into aluminum or even steel, you just gotta say, okay, they are not made for that. And if you are trying to make a review and say that, well, it's not totally suitable to work on metals, it may upset some people, because they think having a CNC router will make it like a total machining shop.
Yeah, I guess we're just tacking on topics to the podcast, but I think that this is what we're talking about. So what I love about 3D printers is just the fact that they are reasonably quiet and clean. Like, you don't need to clean up your entire space once you're done. You can use a 3D printer with a CNC mill. It's either going to be clean up dust, shavings. You really don't want aluminum shavings in your living room carpet because that's going to hurt for a while until you get them out, and you're probably never going to get them out entirely. So Uh, the CNC kind of tries to cater to that by having like a semi-enclosed kind of setup. But then also, what is nice about 3D printing is once you've got the machine set up and calibrated, if you need to do that for a specific one, you just hit the forward and slide something and you print it. It's very little that you have to like repeatedly do every single job. With CNC machining, it is the full-on manual process, not just laying out toolpaths, but also setting up your work, even finding a way to hold down your workpiece and doing all that and choosing a bit and then homing everything. It's just, it's so much effort to use it.
Well, that's probably the reason why 3D printers are like very, very more loved nowadays compared to CNC routers. And with like newer materials, the companies they try to make the parts you're getting from a 3D printer more comparable to CNC part out of let it be wood or aluminum, and that's a nice thing. But there is still well lots of applications where CNC routing becomes quite handy. Yeah, I totally understand that. If you are not in that great position of having a dedicated workshop, a CNC router messes up everything where you put it because even if you do have a full enclosure, you still have dust everywhere, and well, not even talking about like coolant you're using. So it's a mess, but it has its applications, and it's interesting to really find out what's the purpose of using a CNC router and what's the purpose of a 3D printer. Maybe how can we combine them, not in a machine, but combining both processes in a way the best out of both worlds.
Yeah, some parts are definitely not suitable for 3D printing, some parts are not suitable for CNC milling. And if you have a project where you actually need to use both processes, then they really work well hand in hand. The thing is just 3D printing is good enough for so many things now, where justifying a separate CNC route and learning that is very hard.
Definitely.
All right, and on the topic of this machine is going to be 50 by 50 centimeters. It might eventually 3D print because it should be fast enough to 3D print at least. That would make one hell of a large 3D printer, which brings us to the next topic. Uh, the discussion topic, whether you'd rather have a large 3D printer or a much larger 3D printer versus a much faster 3D printer.
I guess this is well for myself. It's not really a hard topic because even though I have quite big 3D printers, I am barely using the print space because I don't do any cosplay or things like these, and I'm an impatient person. So printing big parts always means they really need to wait for a long time. I'm always afraid that something goes wrong and the total print is ruined in the end.
Oh, don't be a sook, Stefan. You can do it.
This
If I can do it, you can do it.
sorry, but holding up like a 35 centimeter diameter planter with a, I don't know, Peter McKinney has the same plant. But yeah, that was printed on the CR10. That took 3 days, I think.
But is that printed on a normal CR10 or
Yes.
is it on the bigger version?
No, standard 30 by 30 centimeter CR10. It's just because it's round, it kind of looks bigger.
Yeah, that's a nice application. But coming back to the topic, I would rather have a faster 3D printer because I want to get most of my small parts faster into my hand and not wait like a whole night or something like this.
Right.
And for this reason, I would highly prefer a faster 3D printer instead of a bigger one because with a bigger one, or if you have bigger parts, you most of the time still have the option to just split it into more parts and then glue it together or
BRB.
something like that.
Yeah, okay. I have a slightly different position on this, a slightly different take. The way I see is okay. So speed-wise, it's two components. It is whether or not it's slowing down your project, And that is, I think, a huge issue with ordering stuff from China, ordering from AliExpress, where it's going to take 2 to 6 weeks to get to you. Um, because if you're working on something, you want to get it done. You're in the zone. You're in the flow. Sometimes it really is worth paying extra to get a part shipped to you the next day. The same with 3D prints. If you want to print something, if you don't have to wait, uh, let's say even 6 hours, half a day, or typically you start in the morning, and if it's 6 hours, the day's pretty much over. If it means you can do a project much faster in a single day, then that is, I think that is great. Um, you've got some weird noises going on.
I'm very sorry. After talking about the power washer guy next door.
Damn neighbors. Yeah, so if it's actually breaking up your project flow, that is a good point to have something faster. But it's not. I mean, yeah, it's more of a psychological speed kind of thing, but it's not like a hard limit. And having a 3D printer that is too small to fit your parts onto is, I feel, quite the hard limit. Because how often are you actually going to split up a part? How often are you?
Well, rarely, but it always depends on the application, and I think on the person you are or the parts you're usually printing. I don't know if for the reason that I don't have huge 3D printers, I also don't design huge parts.
Exactly. I was thinking about all the applications that would be opened up for that. So if you, like if you go into like car modding things, if you can print out just an entire fender on one printer, how cool would that be? Or printing out an entire dash or entire bucket seat in one go. That would just be such a great application that we right now, think about a fender. You cannot split that up. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Plus all the finishing work. So I would actually rather go towards having a larger printer, simply because of the fact that it's not a hard limit. That speed is not a hard limit. Plus, that's the other point about speed. Most 3D printers probably aren't like 100% utilized. I would say that most printers are like 99% idle and printing 1% of the time. So
Well, by the amount of printers you're having, I can imagine that.
yeah, but even most consumers, even most makers, they're not going to be printing 24/7 because first, I mean, it's expensive too, right? It eats up a lot of material if you're just printing all the time for the sake of printing.
It would even chew up more material if you have a bigger printer. But yeah, I can totally understand your point. And this was really something I was thinking about when you built your hand printer at the beginning of this year.
That was December last year. Yeah, that was
December
before
last year.
Token.
Because this is a really cool application. So you have a small unit, you can basically hook up everywhere, and with this setup, scale your printing area totally at your own will. So you can print small parts if you only have a small room, or you can go really large.
Yeah. Of course, I mean, the hand printer loses a lot of space just by the way its kinetics work, but if you have a large space, you have a large printer. And the space we had allowed us for, I think, at the base, it was like 2 meters in diameter, and then we printed the Christmas tree, which fits in the build volume pretty nicely because it tapers off very quickly. So I think we were able to print like 1.50 m or 2 meters tall. And yeah, again, bucket seat would have fit in there. We could have printed one in one go in one piece.
Did you actually finish to print your Christmas tree there?
We had to leave before that was done, but it did eventually complete. I think we tweeted about it. It did turn out nicely. It did turn out very nicely. It was infinity blue, the finished infinity blue color, and I think they might have even used it for decoration. Not sure. Not sure.
They didn't ship it back to you.
No. If anything, I really wanted him to ship it to Torbjörn. He was such a, it's his design, it's his printer basically. I'm just the video guy on this basically.
It was really cool because I guess many people have noticed that, well, this kind of kinematic kinetics, and I think at E3D also built a hand printer
Yes.
somewhen during this year, and I think Torben also has improved his modern version or even put his kinematics into one of the newer releases of Marlin.
As far as I know, it's now in mainline Marlin. You just can describe the like official Marlin version and use that for a hand printer. Yeah, when we were building the one at Trinamic, he was still using like a Marlin fork from 3 years ago, so it didn't have many of the fixes and performance improvements that the current Marlin version has. But now I think it's just another kinematic, and of course these people were complaining about that on my recent Marlin videos. Yes, it's also supported on Do It. Also supported on Record firmware.
Yeah, but that's a cool thing. It's now much more accessible than it was like a year ago. So
Yeah,
maybe
absolutely.
that is really the opportunity to print a real Christmas tree for this Christmas.
Yeah, would be nice. Yeah, I mean, in general, I think that's one of the nice things we can do as creators, as visible people in this community, is just highlight projects and just get people interested in this stuff. Because I think I mean, a huge benefit to the Hang Printer project was just people seeing it. Even after the first 3D Meetup Sweden video, got a ton of positive feedback, and a ton of people were just like, "Hey, I want to build this. How do I go about it?" And yeah, that's great to see. Oh, should we move on and move on from large printers to small printers?
Yes, that I think would be the perfect topic to head next to. So, as I've said in the beginning, Prusa has been showing off or
Yeah.
unveiling his new SLA printer just this weekend.
But wait, is it actually an SLA printer?
Yeah, that's well. I don't know. I don't want to call this a discussion, but he was calling it also on his blog post he made an SLA printer.
Sorry,
and
everyone. I'm just doing a little bit of sharing.
doing
If
the
there's
same
anyone
that
actually watching.
Formlabs does. I thought they were doing something different, but yeah, there's lots of discussion around what is an SLA printer, what is a DLP printer, and I think he wrote some really interesting things that SLA is just a standard word for stereolithography, and it doesn't really say if you're doing it with a laser or if you're doing it with a projector. And the DLP, or if you're doing it with an LCD screen, which would be MSLA, so masked stereolithography, what they are actually doing. And it's really interesting to see that Prusa is heading into that market.
Yeah, it feels like a very logical conclusion, I guess. Prusa has always, ever since the first Prusa Mendel, when it was still called like the Prusa Mendel, I don't think many people actually remember that, but what Prusa as his one-man show did was back then, it was he took the Mendel, which was the first really popular hundreds built and he made it more accessible. He made it simpler. He made it easier to use, easier to build, and therefore cheaper. Essentially, and I think it's kind of the same thing with the SLA that they're doing.
This is a really interesting point because you were talking about making it more accessible, what I think Prusa will be doing, but they are heading into a price range which is not on the cheap side, as well, at least if you are comparing it to, because the current price they are selling it for with the pre-order bonus is like 1,600 euros or dollars. I think that's the same, and then the final price will be $1,700, and that is quite expensive, I think.
It's not cheap for sure. I mean if you look at it, the Prusa Mendel, even the i3 Mark III, at $1,000 assembled, isn't exactly a cheap printer either. I feel it's kind of that same ratio. They are a well-known manufacturer, etc., etc. Um, and if you look at a markup from something like an Ender to a Mark III, it's kind of like times 3. If you look at the markup from a duplicator 7 plus one how, which is 600 euros, which I'm seeing right now, to the Prusa machine, there's also that X3 factor. I think it's kind of where it's supposed to be price-wise.
And since they're still doing research and just releasing everything open source, they really need to depreciate their research costs on something, and that is also probably the price of the printer. Um, it's really interesting to take a look at. It doesn't look that much different than the other SLA, DLP, or like masked SLA printer, that are currently on the market, also with the orange cover and things like these. But
it
they are
sure looks like a Form 2 in a way, right?
Yeah, I think the Form 2 has a total orange cover over it. But yeah, they look pretty similar. Also with the LCD screen, but also if you compare it to like an NTV Photon or other printers in that category, they all look kind of the same. But I think the thing which they are doing and which might make them really interesting is that they are adding some smart features that others don't do. And this starts from the resin sensor, goes to like the tiltable resin depth that is helping you freeze the prints from the depth during the printing process, and this is really interesting. So I am looking forward to getting more information, especially also thinking about the software side of these things. So I don't know if you have already been working with one of these cheap MDLP printers, MSLA printers so far.
I've been using the One How Duplicator 7, which is one without the LCD screen. You plug it into an HDMI port. So very simple setup.
Have you been happy with like the software tools it comes with?
It all still feels very clumsy, to be honest.
I think this is one of the things which might make that printer really outstanding, because if they are integrating all of the slicing process and things which are connected to the SLA process into their slicer printer edition, that makes setting up everything much easier. I'm really looking forward to how they are implementing supports on the software and all of that. And I think if they are making it right, they might be the ones which might they might be the ones which are able to make SLA printing more coming into mainstream.
Right. Yeah. I mean, with the price point, and I think all the features and approach with the entire approach they're taking, they're definitely not targeting that same market that something like an AnyTV Photon or the duplicator is targeting. They're definitely going into the enthusiast, semi-professional, professional market that is now the Form 2, and there's one other machine or something. Just having that entire package from a well-built machine. Sorry for fidgeting. Just having that entire package of a slicer, of a machine that is well built and has a few good features, of having good instructions, because that was one of the things I was annoyed by from the duplicator 7. There were like 3 different manuals, and they were all telling you different things to do. Just
all in English.
Information that they were putting out, and one set of information was working, which was not. So if they can deliver like a good overall package, I think that's it might be a winner. And as always, eventually it's going to trickle down into cheaper machines. It might not be from Prusa. It might be somebody else doing that, but just showing how it can be done, it's going to be nice. It's going to be nice. I've not used the machine yet, so really I can't speak of how well it's actually going to turn out.
I guess
Definitely need to make a live
maybe
streaming
some
sign.
that have been on New York Maker Fair, they were already able to take a look at the models, and also like Prusa was not like inventing that printer from ground up. They bought another Czech company, which I think also was located in Prague, and they were building up from that know-how which they already had. So this is not something like, okay, this is our first printer we did in for SLA. Give it a try and see what we can improve. No, they have already experience on that in that field.
Yeah.
But another thing which I think might be quite interesting to talk about is if this printer will hurt other manufacturers that are putting out cheap Chinese printers that are really hard to use, or will it help them?
It's
Due to the
open source, right?
Yeah, due
Yeah.
to the open source approach.
That's a good question. I think if the software is definitely going to stay open source. If anyone, the slicer team at Prusa is going to put up its stuff as open source. If it was Ultimaker with Cure, I wouldn't be so sure. But yeah, the software is going to stay open source, and I think that's one of the things that I'm really looking forward to. Just having a nice software suite that then others can also use. I'm not exactly sure like what the standard protocol or file format is that the printer then gets. Because I think it's like a USB drive. Yeah, you plop in a USB drive with the sliced file. That's just layer images or something, right?
I have also one of these SLA printers in my basement, and I was never happy with it because I don't know why, but it didn't work out for me. And I think the file you're delivering to the printer is like just a zip archive with all of the layer images and some information about curing time and like the height, which the z-axis does for each layer, and all of these things.
So it should be a fairly simple standard, I guess, even if they didn't come up with their own. And I'm sure that somebody's going to build up on that. And the hardware is open source too, so we might see a straight up clone at some point.
Well, just as a start, the design is not like groundbreaking.
Yeah,
totally new.
true.
I think the only interesting thing is really the tilting, LCD screen, because this is something which the Formlabs printers have to release the parts easier from the. I think they're using a silicone film. And this might be something interesting to be or to see integrated also in cheaper machines. But the design itself is, well, as I said, it's not really groundbreaking. So
yeah, I'm thinking more along the lines of the way that the i3s are clones, where you can use the same slicer with no change settings, where you can use maybe even the same firmware, and just straight up use the same binary even. So the machine thinks it's the same machine, so like whoever builds it doesn't have to make any changes to it. More competition is always good.
Definitely, yes.
Yeah, there's no strange market domination shenanigans going on, like it would be going on with Amazon or Google that are just a monopoly and trying to force others out. This is really just another player has entered the ring, I think.
Yes, definitely. I think for the moment, for like the next couple of weeks, it might hurt the sale of cheaper printers because some people who are able or want to spend a little bit more money, they probably rather wait for the Prusa machine before they are buying some cheap Chinese printer. But I think in the long run, it will be better for Chinese manufacturers just because Prusa's software is open source and it works also on their machines. It makes everything more accessible. You get more information about the technology itself. You have more information how to tackle problems. And all of that, which is connected to having a community around a product or a technology. And I think this is something pretty nice. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to. And I hope to see more information on that quite soon.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get a review machine at some point once it's out. But do you happen to know the estimated release?
It's December. The shipping date is, I think, December for the first pre-orders.
I think they'll actually ship on time. It didn't work out so well with Mark III.
Yeah, I guess they are aiming for like the Christmas sales, but well, I guess you know Joseph better than I do, and I think if they have issues, he is rather delaying the release instead of shipping an unfinished product.
I would sure hope so. And I mean, what I'm hoping for is that they might have learned a thing or two from the half year or 7 month lead time that they've had in the past. And that maybe they're aiming for some more realistic goals this time.
Yeah, and as I said, they are building on already available technology, on like know-how they bought in from the other company. So I hope this is like a reasonable goal they were setting themselves. And also the interesting thing, which I think otherwise also only Formlabs really does, they are also offering the curing and washing station.
Yeah.
And I think this one is not that horribly overpriced than the one that Formlabs is selling.
Yeah, sorry, I was just shaking my head at the abbreviation they used in the announcement blog post. Let me quote from this. Or better, you can get our 2-in-1 curing and washing machine, or Kurwa, if you want. I'm sure I mispronounced that, but I'm sorry, all Eastern European countries, that would be a horrible joke right there. But yeah, they also offer that.
Yeah, I'm just checking what the curing station is
I don't think they've announced the price yet.
They have announced the price for the bundle, which is like 2,100, and they are saying you'll save $200 on the bundle. So
yes,
it's 1,600. Well, it's still $500 for the washing station and the curing station. So it's still quite an investment for like a nail studio and a bath of isopropanol with like a magnetic stir bar.
Yeah,
still, it makes it more accessible because not everyone is willing to fiddle around with this nasty resin that you're just getting from SLA prints, and this is something which I think which is one of the main reasons why it is not that common, or that technology is not that common, because it's a mess. It smells horrible. It's nasty resin.
They do have a fume filter in the SL1, right?
Yes, and they are saying that they have an industrial grade filter or something like this in the back, which should also like get rid at least of most of the fumes.
So that's taken care of. But yeah, I mean the mess is a real issue, and one of the reasons why I don't like using my machine is just you wear gloves. Yes, you wear nitrile gloves, and you still get everywhere. The resin itself is not necessarily toxic, but at least immunosensitizing. You shouldn't get it on your skin.
Yeah.
Basically, it might screw up your immune system. So you really need to be careful with that. And also, everything gets sticky in the end. And I mean, the curing and washing machine, it's not just a washing machine. It's not just the isopropyl alcohol with a stir stick. I think it's also like some UV light source in there that actually.
That was the nail studio I was talking about.
Oh right, right.
Yeah. No, I think it's good that they are selling the whole bundle because you can still choose whether you want to just spend another $500 for the curing station, or you buy yourself a cheap UV lamp or nail studio and
just put your prints out in the sun for a while. Same thing.
Or do that. Some like to just have everything in one place, or I don't know if you are living in Antarctica and it's summer and you don't see any sun outside, it might be a good idea to have some UV lights around.
Sure. Now, one question I still have about the entire SL1 and SLA machine group is like, where does it fit in? Is it something that is actually competing with the traditional FDM printers like the Mark III? Is it something that augments it? Is it something that opens up the market to an entirely new segment that wasn't even looking at an FDM? Where
I think it's something that it's adding to the additive manufacturing market. I think it's not directly competing to FDM printers just because you're not able to print really big parts. You are able to, well, print really precise parts. Like you have a totally high resolution. So I think they are aiming towards like jewelry makers, guys who are playing Warhammer 40k. How do you
yeah,
doing model building?
but Warhammer is like an entire copyright pitfall. You don't want to be printing Warhammer miniatures.
Yeah, or well, at least do it privately and don't share
Exactly.
or something like that. Yeah, so I think it's adding to the market, and also if you're thinking about
That was a slow maneuver.
medicinal purposes, like dentist work or things which are in this direction, it might be well a good add-on that maybe some others get into the market because it's more accessible. It's cheaper to get into because if you're buying again the comparison to the Phone 2 printer with the curing station and everything that knocks you back five or
Somewhere in that
$6,000
ballpark, yeah.
bucks. That's quite a number, and not everyone wants to invest that amount of money.
But then again, the Form 2 is also much larger. I think it's like twice the size for just your build, not build volume, but at least build plate size, screen size. Well, it's a laser in the form, but
Yeah, it's 145 by 145 by
Look at that CPU usage chart.
175.
ooh, and the Prusa is 120 by 68 by 105.
Okay, so
So
like then in
it's
terms of volume,
way-
it's like really tiny.
It's a fraction of the size. So it's though again, like resin is expensive. Are you really
It's
going to
horribly
use?
expensive.
Yeah, though it has come down in price significantly.
Yeah, but for the form resins, you're still paying
Right,
like $150 for a kilogram.
right. Which I don't think is that outrageously expensive if you looked at what SLM powders cost for
Oh yeah.
or SLS powders. Those are a whole different ballpark. It's for the size parts you want and for the precision you get. I think it's still really good. Um, and yeah, I don't think it's really competing with FDM that much. It's gonna have to find its market for sure if it's gonna be a volume product like FDM printers are right now, and I mean they're everywhere. Really, they're used for everything in every conceivable way. The SLA I think will hinge on you know a lot of the applications that might enable that it might enable will hinge on what resins you have available, whether you have good flexible or good durable resins, and you know how well everything is tuned in for those. Yeah, because I mean
that is
the precision and precision and resolution you get and finished detail, of course, a whole different level than anything else we have right now.
yeah, definitely. But as you have just said, also the application, in terms of resin, if you're getting standard resins, they are really brittle and they are becoming more brittle day in, day out. So it's, I think, not 100% suited for mechanical applications if you are using standard resins. There are some other resins around which claim that they are more tough or more flexible or things like that. And I think the results in the end will show us if this is also something where you maybe are able now to do some miniature mechanics where the resolution of your FDM printer was not good enough.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
this machine enables you to really print small gears and well, all of that just like by a factor smaller, and that might be something interesting for many guys who are um, wanting to print smaller machines for themselves or whatever application they're having.
Yeah, and you can get there to a certain extent with the stuff we have, but SLA is just suited for that. It's made for that.
Yeah.
All right, but yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how well it performs and how well everything just hinges together once it's up. And that's still going to be a few months, but I'm looking forward to it. Just seeing companies venture into new areas just has me excited. It would be the same if they were going into
SLS printing.
yeah SLS or CNC or hey, we now have a really good 3D scanner. Um, that's always nice to see. And SLA, I think, or MSLA is is a really good start.
Well, we still don't know what they will be introducing like tomorrow on TCT. There's, I think, another
Right.
thing happening.
Yeah, they said that they had like two big announcements. I thought like Prussian was the first one, and then the SLA was the second one. But
I guess there's going to be something third. But yeah, we don't know. Let's see.
also, okay, since Prussian is out and the SL1 is out, I have a hunch of what the third one could be. But obviously, that is not for disclosure at this point.
Certified information, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
I guess let's get to the last part of the podcast and let's talk about some viewer questions.
Yeah, so for this podcast, we have like a compilation of like our all-time favorites for questions. Um, if you want to have your questions on here, tweet at us at the Meltzone on Twitter. That's where you can tweet. So do that, and your question might just end up on the podcast. Should we start out with the first one? We're gonna have three questions here. We're just gonna see how long this takes.
Yes, let's maybe start with the first one. And the first one was.
Sounds like a plan.
Let's start from the back. So the first one was that many were asking about laser add-ons for your 3D printer. That you can not only use your 3D printer, your FDM 3D printer, for extruding plastic, but also to things or to engrave things. Um, what's your opinion on that?
Yeah, I'm scared. I'm genuinely scared of lasers. The thing is, we don't have any sort of like safety enclosure box over the machines, and I know that Mr. Beam, Munich-based company making like tabletop laser cutters. They were getting in a lot of trouble for their first iteration, which didn't have any enclosure, because like you have something bouncing off, it hits your eye, and all of a sudden you have a blind spot in your eye. Well, an extra blind spot, and that's just it's not fun. So yeah, since we got that out of the way, let's actually see what options you have to be if you want to add a laser.
I guess there are some more or less plug and play options available for some printers, which range from a couple of milliwatts to like even 10 watts. And depending on the wattage you're having, you can start engraving materials or even get into cutting materials. But this is not like this class 1 laser pointer anymore that you have in your, I don't know, presenting gear.
Yeah.
This becomes pretty dangerous. And I also have a couple of lasers around, but I at least bought myself some decent laser goggles and wasn't really that happy only working with the delivered ones.
Oh yeah.
So the ones that I'm having is a 2.5 watt laser, and this one is pretty good to be honest. So I have been using it a couple of times for making gifts or things like that, just for engraving some text on a piece of wood, or even to cut thin plywood. And I guess I have been coming all the way up to 4 or 6 millimeters, like really
Ooh,
well, really soft plywood. You need to use like 20 passes over it, but
right.
at some point it works.
And you do eventually lose focus if you just stay at the same height, right? So you kind of need to move down with each pass.
It all depends on which sea height you're starting. So
Right.
if you are starting from if your laser is pretty far above the shape of the laser beam is in a way that um, you would in technical terms you would say like the radio length is getting higher, so that the diameter of the laser spot doesn't really change that much if you're just shifting it like 2, 3, 4, 5 millimeters. So in my case, I just have a two-axis CNC, so there isn't any way to adjust the C height. I just
Right.
adjust the focus in the beginning, and that is working for my applications pretty well. Um, these normal laser diodes you can purchase online. They are not able to cut any foam, or at least the standard quad foam, So for this reason, thickness is usually not your problem because you are limited just by like some tenths to some millimeters of material thickness.
Yeah. So I mean, 2.5 watts is a. It doesn't sound like much. Like you have a 2.5 watt light bulb. It's not particularly bright, but as soon as you focus all that power on a spot that is less than a millimeter light, it is quite the energy concentration in that one spot. So 2.5 watts is quite the laser, and these are all diode lasers. These are all near UV or like a very UV blue laser. So I don't know I think the 100 milliwatts are like the Blu-ray burner lasers that you typically get, and I've been playing around with one of those, and it's scary because like lasers, but that can be a decent start because it does teach you the basics of what's CAM software. I've just used a slicer with just one layer to do that. What do you use for software? How this entire thing works, and you're at a I don't want to say lower risk because that sounds like it's no risk at all, but you're at least a bit safer than with a 2.5 watt unit. And it's enough to like engrave stuff. Like I've got this what is it, PVC film, car wrap film on the back of my phone. It would be more than enough to engrave this and to etch a logo into this. Or if you use any black plastic, even if it's a 3D printed piece of plastic, you can engrave that quite easily, or leather even.
Yes,
Just mark it.
But one of the problems I've always encountered, and for this reason I don't also really like to work with these lasers, is just the all of the fumes you're getting. If you're doing that indoors, like after a couple of minutes, your room is
Smoke
totally
detector.
filled with smoke. And this is quite horrible. If you have something like a Mr. Beam where you have an enclosure and you are sucking all of that foam just outside of the window.
too. That has the nice enclosure and everything.
Yeah, there you are. It's just safer to work with. For small jobs, yeah, it's working, but still playing around with lasers, you always need to pay attention, and this is why I just can't really recommend adding lasers to any 3D printers, because if you don't know what you're doing, you're not only burning yourself, you can make yourself blind.
It is not worth the risk. If you, I guess that our recommendation in this case would be just get like some small laser cutter that is made for the job. They're going to have enclosures, then maybe even going to have a CO2 laser, which is way more powerful than your little diodes. It's actually going to cut stuff. It's going to cut like a 4 millimeter plywood with no problems. Look into that, but please don't risk your health just for toying around with the laser. Yeah, if you burn yourself, that's no problem. But your eyesight is, I think, kind of important. right?
Yeah, definitely. And if you're interested in that topic, at least in the German version of Make Magazine, there have been some really nice articles about cheap CO2 lasers and how they are working and if they are working and for what projects you can use. So just check out Make Magazine if you are interested in that topic. And there are some pretty interesting information
Yeah.
written down.
And there is an entire community around modifying those cheap laser cutters, putting the electronics in them, and making them actually usable with different software, and that can. I just think that's a way better starting point.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, next compiled question. This is actually something that I've been struggling with my very first printer, where your first layer will print just fine the height. So we're back to 3D printing, obviously. Your first layer will print just fine. It will be at the perfect height. You stop the print after the first layer, you take some calipers to it. It is spot on, the exact height you set. You have a second layer, and it just doesn't stick. It separates. It looks like it's printing at the entirely wrong height. Jim, you want to have a wild guess of what this is?
Um, I have I have never encountered that problem so far, and well, I've been 3D printing for 4 or 5 years now. Um, most of the time with
I
PLA.
reckon that's when your first layer was actually a little bit too close and it's over squished that causes that. Yeah, but it's hard to know.
In the first place, I would have said warping, but if you have warping, why is your first layer sticking and the other one is not? So maybe tell me what's wrong there.
Yeah. Full disclosure, we've already talked about this before we started recording. So,
Yeah, I reckon that's just from there's being that bit of excess on the top of the first layer where the nozzle's got some little ridges from excess. And then when it crisscrosses over those, it kind of bridges between them to some extent and doesn't adhere very well because it's sort of skipping across and not extruding properly and all sorts of stuff. That's what I reckon anyway, but we'll see what they say.
that was a bit unfair, sorry. But I mean, since you've not encountered this, I must assume that you've been working with machines that were like decently built, that had a heated bed that was like at least aluminum or a decent FR4. The issue that I've actually figured out was that I've been using just a cheap, what was it, rep discount or someone of that quality level PCB heaters, like the original, what are those, Mark II? What are those called? The heated beds? Mark II, Mark II-A, yeah, right? The PCB heaters, everyone knows them, the red PCBs, 1.6 millimeters thick. And they used such a cheap, FR4, I don't even know if it was FR4, but as only one side was covered with heating tracks, that side expanded and the other side didn't. So what happened is the entire bed bowed up like a bimetal flex layer. So as the bed was heating, it actually got closer to the hot end. So first layer was all fine. Then with the second layer, I used a lower temperature because that's what you usually do. At the time I was printing ABS. Used a lower temperature, and at the very start of the second layer, the heated bed just shuts off entirely. So it now flexes back into its original position, and depending on which way you've mounted it, it flexes away from your hot end. So when you actually take a dial indicator to the heated bed, in my case, it was like 0.2, 0.3 millimeters, which is an entire layer height in that case. So no wonder it didn't stick. What I ended up doing is I laminated another PCB or a raw PCB, unetched PCB to the underside of that bed. I still have that bed because it was two PCBs wide, two heated PCBs wide. And that kind of fixed it because now it was symmetrical. It was like unheated up top, then the heated layer in the center, and then another unheated layer on the bottom. I think that fixed it pretty well. Also, it was way thicker.
Didn't you use any glass on your heat bed?
I had the issue with and without glass. I was printing directly onto the PCB with Kapton tape at the time. But even through glass, I think I was using 3 or 4 millimeters glass at the time. Even through glass, you were still seeing it because glass is flexible
But still
slightly.
pretty stiff. Yeah, well, if you're comparing to PCB, it's really stiff. So
It's relatively
that's
stiff.
interesting.
It made it better, yes, but it didn't entirely fix it for sure.
Yeah. But
So
I guess nowadays, I don't know. When was the last time you have encountered that problem?
you can still kind of see it with heater, if as long as it's a heater PCB that is relatively thin. Something as on the Prusa, which is I think 3 millimeters thick, and also pretty high quality F4 is not going to have that. But if you just have a cheap printer um, that uses an actual F4 bed, even with glass on top, you might still run into it. I've measured some printers, it's not to that amount anymore where it's actually going to cause any issues, but you might still see like 50 microns of wobble or flex. With aluminum heated beds, it's pretty much all gone.
So conclusion: don't work with cheap heat beds and don't use like 0.05 millimeter layer heights for your first layers because otherwise,
Yeah,
if you're working with thicker layers, you might be able to compensate even some flex.
yeah, definitely. Cool. And last last topic for today: the cheap E3D V6. Is it worth it? And you've not used those yet, right?
I haven't used, well, I have never purchased any cheap E3D hot ends so far. I have always been supporting our British friends there, and yeah, when I was updating my Mendel 90 to an E3D V6, I purchased one directly at E3D and never bought one from China, so I don't have any experience with that so far.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that the V6 design, or the V5, it's basically the same hardware with a different shape. Um, it's kind of it's become the standard for hardens, basically. The design itself, but also the way you build a harden with, heatsink, a heat break, and then a heater block and a nozzle. And if I see the CR10 behind you that uses a harden that is built basically in the same way. It's got the same construction.
Yeah.
Heatsink, heat break, your block nozzle. And what I've used cheap V6s. I've bought them outright for like $5. It's like super tempting to buy one. Though what I often see with knockoff products is they will look the same. The people making them will make them to look the same. They will often make some good decisions on accident, but most of the time they will also mess up because they kind of they look at it, they see okay that this is how they made it, but they don't understand why it was built that way, and they will add some tweaks, improvements that they think is worth it or makes it easier to manufacture, whatever, and inevitably mess up other things. So the main problem I'm seeing with knockoff V6s and actually knockoff or third-party heat sinks that are like premium options sometimes as well, is they will make the heat break too thick. They will not turn it down to the diameter that it needs to be thin enough to not conduct heat up into the heat sink, and that will just get you jams with PLA. So manufacturers are doing is they're making that improvement where they add a Teflon tube back in, and now you're basically back at the Light 6 where it doesn't print high temperature materials, and your Teflon tube eventually degrades and kinks if you're using it at a high temperature.
But that's actually the design also like the CR10 uses. They have their tube directly up to even the nozzle.
I've not taken a Holland from Gravity apart, but it goes down pretty far. Yeah. It's definitely heated PTFE.
Yeah.
And that's just it's a workaround. Like if you have a decent V6, you don't need the PTFE to print PLA. It's more if you have an all metal harden, which the V6 is, and the Light 6 or the Teflon filled ones are not. You get a crisper thermal transition, so you have less ooze, you have a more controllable extrusion. It's like little details, right? It's not like an entirely different product. Both will print, but one's just going to print slightly better.
And you might have run into troubles with jams. So if you guys have jams with your 3D printer and maybe are using any knockoff V6 hot ends, think about maybe replacing it to a genuine one and making the your experience a little bit more pleasant.
Yeah, or at least replace the heat break. That's the one critical part of the entire hot end that needs to be perfect. Yeah, the nozzle needs to be good as well, but the heat break is like the one part that needs to be good.
So if you're talking about the heat break, you are talking about this small groove which
Yes.
is breaking the heat. And this is something which the Crealities, for example, they don't have. They just have a more or less threaded rod with a bore in the middle. But
Exactly.
they probably don't need that, or well, they probably don't need as good heat break as for the all metal hot ends because they're using the PTFE tube, which goes all the way down to the nozzle, where um, the material is then melting.
Exactly.
And it insulates it against.
Yeah. So even if your upper part of the heat break or the heat sink, which is red on the Creality models, that top part, even if that is at a much higher temperature as with an all metal one, it's still not going to heat up the filament to an amount where it's going to stick to the sidewalls. And even if it does slightly melt and stick, it's PTFE. It's going to, it's smooth. It doesn't really adhere to it. So yeah, that and surface finish and details like that. Overall, I mean, you can make the cheap ones work. You just need to know what you're getting into. It's as with everything that you can buy on the cheap.
Definitely. Yeah, I guess that concludes it for today. And we are already over an hour in. So, yeah.
Not quite the 45 minutes we were shooting for, but I think we've got some good topics in. How does one subscribe to a podcast? How does that work? You click subscribe on your podcatcher app?
You can, I think you can do that, but since we are both not really that keen in the podcast business, I think this is still something we need to figure out.
Yeah.
And I guess we try to host it somewhere that it is available in all the usual podcast apps you are using. But if something's not working out for you, just let us know, and we will try to figure it out.
Yeah, so stuff like that where it's showing up in feeds, that we'll work on that. Yeah, and that's probably going to go through the Meltzone website eventually. Eventually, that's still being set up. But for now, thanks for, I guess if you're on YouTube, thanks for watching. If you're listening, thank you for listening in. Patrons, I guess. We both have patrons.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're not setting up a separate Patreon for this podcast, at least not yet. If you want to support what we're doing here, definitely check out Stefan's or mine and support us and leave us a note and go like, hey, thanks for the podcast. I really enjoyed it. That would be fantastic.
Yeah. All right. If you guys have any comments or questions or topics we didn't cover or topics you would like to see in the podcast, yeah, send us some comments. Send us, tweet us. No. Well,
Yeah, tweet at us.
Tweet at us on at the Meltzone, and what? I don't know.
We will see you in the next one. Here in the next one.
Whatever, wherever you are watching or listening to us.
All right. See ya.
Bye.
Righto, while that's loading the next podcast, I just want to take this opportunity to say everyone should actually go directly to their podcast app or to YouTube and subscribe, or both, to the Meltzone Podcast. Don't want to be seen as trying to take credit for it, so definitely go and check it out yourself and subscribe. Come on, just fill, you bastard. Just trying to get rid of the bad triangles. Doesn't seem to like it.
the Midwest Red Dot Festival 2019.
We will also be talking about whether a direct or a open 3D printer has advantages or disadvantages.
And for the big topic of the week, we both have fluid thermal cameras and we're going to talk about how well we use it for and what it's like.
Perfect. And at last, we will be answering some of your questions that you can send to us via Twitter at Meltzone. Perfect, Tom. How are you doing?
Yeah, doing good. How are you?
I'm fine. Thanks.
That's such an American thing to do.
Yeah.
Hey, how are you?
Still feeling a little bit nervous, but the nervousness will go away, I think, eventually.
Yeah, just as we get used to this. So yeah, official episode 1. This is it. This is going to be the episode that people look back if they want to listen to the archives. Good. So I think we've got a pretty good topic to start this off with because this is very community centric and something that some of you might not even have been noticing. So, Stefan, do you know anything about the MRF or MRF drama that's been going on?
I have, well, seen some tweets, but I haven't really understood what really is going on there.
Okay, you've not been to MRF.
I haven't been to it, unfortunately.
You should go. It's such a well. It used to be. I don't know what they're calling it maybe, but it's such a great event. It's just basically some MRF. It's in the middle of nowhere in Goshen, Indiana, um, Amish country. People from all over the world come together to celebrate 3D printing, to like, show what they're working on. It's not a trade show. Nobody's really trying to sell you anything. There are companies that are sponsoring it, but it's really just a very casual get together. And so far, there's always well, again. So disclaimer here. This is just on what I've been hearing on the internet. I might get things wrong, but this is what I've been listening. So far, it's always been organized under the CNC company by John Oley, Sonny, and Thomas, whose last name I do not know. But just around the time of MRF 2018, John Oley, Sonny, and Thomas left the company, left CNC, and it wasn't really a good departure. There was some pretty bad blood as far as I heard about that. So the well, the MRF 2019 was still kind of up in the air, and the historically, the official MRF account was and Midwest our Fest on Twitter, and 3 days ago now they tweeted, hey, we're gonna announce the dates, sponsorship opportunities, and all that for MRF 2019 these next few days of this weekend. And a day later, I believe, all of a sudden there was this new Twitter account. There was MRF3DP Fest at MRF3DP Fest on Twitter. There was 3dpfest.com, and they were all of a sudden, going, "This is the new MRF. This is when it's going to happen. You can put sponsorship slots here." And the thing is, it was not the old accounts. It was not the old website. It was nothing that used to be there. It came out of the blue. Just all of a sudden, there was this entire new ecosystem of Eventbrite events, u3pfest.com, and none of it seemed to be attached either to CNC or the old team of John, Son, and Thomas. The only name that was on was admin of the C. So it was really fishy. Nobody really knew what was going on. In fact, I think a few hours after that tweet came out announcing all the new dates, it was announced by Midwest Artists, hey guys, this is not us. This isn't the official thing that's happening. So at that time, like nobody really knew what was going on. Over the coming hours and next day, it kind of became clear that Steve Wygant, or Wygant, of CNC, one of the co-founders, so I believe he and John Oley were the two founders of CNC. Steve Wygant set up the Admin LLC company that is, I guess, the official hosting of the event, or however that works. The new website for EPFest are coming to code with really hastily put together, and the new version of EPFest. So it was kind of a combo between Steve Weigand and John Ollie, where Steve Weigand was just trying to beat John Ollie to the finish line. And they did not communicate that. They did not communicate that they thought they were now the official ones in charge of Europe. It's not John Ollie's Thomas who left Team C. It was Steve Weigand thought he was the one who was supposed to put this on. And my light is just coming up, but we'll just keep on going. So that really seemed weird. And people were asking Steve, like, hey, why are you doing this? Like, what's going on? I don't understand what the hell this is all about. And nobody got any answers. Even asking the MRF to the P-Fest, nobody responded and was like, yeah, this is Steve of CCC, we are the organizer. Even asking, hey, why isn't Tom only organizing this? They're just like, no, we're organizing it. What's I don't see a problem. So I can see both sides. Like both sides think they should be in charge for Europe. Um, but to be honest, CBC and C were acting extremely shady about this entire deal and just did not inspire trust that they were the right ones to be in charge of it. And interestingly enough, I think just 24 hours after the entire thing went down and got announced, they actually pulled the entire thing. So the Eventbrite event, 3pfest.com, and the account that was first thought was completely fake at MLR EDP Fest, that was completely new, gone now. So yeah,
That sounds crazy. That is Merc, like a protected name. So could anybody just say, okay, this is Merc, even though it's a community event and well, I think the commercial aspect is a bit on the side. Um, I don't know.
I don't think it's protected in any way. It's even if it was, the question would be who's really owning that trademark, who's really owning that name. Somebody mentioned that the only the former team, John Lewis and Thomas, um, were actually contacting Adrian Bauer, who came up with the Red name, whether it was okay to use the Red name. It's not protected. Like somebody mentioned on Twitter, like would that just be like a logical name to call a record festival in the Midwest? Like, could it just be a second company that does the same thing, or a second entity that does the same thing? But they were using like photos from the last year's event. Okay. So yeah, I don't know. There's very bad stuff going on there. I hope they sort it out. I go to Mercury 19. One of the best events I've ever been to around 2020. I don't care who puts it on as long as it's in the spirit of the previous event.
It's always the beginning of the year.
It's March, like, I think the third weekend of March or something. So pretty early on, but yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, it's bad. It's going on. People are looking forward to that, and maybe it gets cancelled just because all of that bad blood going on. I don't know if, well, since CNC was always like a big organizer of big events, I don't know how it's really ends up. And I've just checked quickly, the website is not available anymore, and also I think the Twitter account is closed.
Twitter account is gone too, yes. Now, I don't blame CNC. I keep trying to say CNC, but CNC. I don't blame them for trying to grab that event. But I do blame them for the way they were communicating the entire thing, because they really came out and just being the scam. The new account, the at MRF32 festival, didn't have CNC mentioned on it anywhere. There was no explanation why this was suddenly moving to new accounts and the website and organizing, etc. And even when directly asked, they didn't tell people what was the reason for why they were doing it. So that
Yourself, you can go to Merc Twitter.
and all the other folks who enjoyed it. It was really a great event. I would really love to have you there as well. I think you would really enjoy it.
Yeah, I haven't been at any real like March in that region is not well like the season usually would go there for holiday, but still.
It's chilly, but it's the Midwest. It's never gonna be like scaldingly hot in summer. There's also no snow on the road, so you can kind of park safely. It's all right. You can bring a jacket and you're good.
Well,
So
we were kind of
I,
used
I
to
guess
this.
I guess if somebody wants to sponsor the trip for Stefan and for myself, then drop us an email at we should set up emails for the podcast. Just
Yes, we don't have some, but yeah, just you might figure out how you get in contact with
send us
us.
an email at sponsors at the Meltzone. I'll set up emails before the single as well. Sweet. So yeah, again, if you want to get us there, please do so.
Yeah, really
Um,
interesting summary. Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, that took us a while. I deeply feel for this topic. I'm emotional about this because I want this to be really well.
Yeah, that's
Sweet. Should we move on?
yes. I think this would be the plausible thing to do. Being already 10 minutes in.
Yeah. That is the topic, I guess. Right?
Yes. So the next topic will be where we talk about whether direct drive printers or powder printers are better, or you can say they're better when should you use a powder system or when should you use a direct drive system.
Yeah. So before we even get into that, let's, I guess, clarify which each of those means. So Bowden obviously is when you have your product on the carriage moving around, or how do you want to say that? But you don't have your extruder, the thing that's pushing the film, that would be on top of the hot. But instead, the golden tube, so E-tube connecting those two. So typically, you have your extruder that is stationary, your hot that is moving around. So you save some weight.
And
I'm already getting into those, I guess. Sorry.
and this is the system which probably 90 or 95% of all of the Chinese printers are using. So all your CR10s, all your T-book printers, whatever they use, most of them are using.
Which I'm actually surprised they do, because I don't think there's a strong reason. We'll get into that in a second. But yeah, direct drive systems. The terminology there is tricky because direct drive can actually mean two things.
Yes.
Do you know the two things?
Yes, I think you're talking about whether you have a gear on the stepper motor, which is stepping down the rotation of the stepper motor to a smaller RPM on the feeder gear, which is then pushing the filament into the hot zone or the hot end. But I think when we are talking about direct drive system, we are talking about the geared ones and the ungeared ones. Direct just meaning that the feeder system is also directly sitting on the X carriage. So the system like
Basically, most classic reps I sent out. I don't know if you know the old Greg's Waves those one printers, if you look at those, that's what they look like. Or anything that has the Titan directly mounted to a hard. That would be I don't know, a direct extruder. Let's just call it that. Let's call it direct drive if it's not a huge extruder.
Yes. So you have a couple of printers, I have a couple of printers, and you both have direct drive and powder systems. Which one
Yes.
would you prefer? Why?
So usually, if I have a choice, if I will be building a computer scratch, I would go with the direct drive system. Because I think I mentioned this with Printer West. in the last episode, um, the direct drive system is not a hard limit. You can always go a bit slower and with slower accelerations to kind of compensate for the extra weight that stepper motor has on the axis, but not compensate for Bowden struggling with flexibles. So I'm going to prefer the direct whenever I can. For most users, it probably doesn't matter though, right?
I don't know. You can tune a Bowden printer to have kind of the same quality as a direct printer. It's There are some cases where it really makes a difference, and this is printing speed, material choice, and also like the problems you're having with systems. Because on web systems, as you have already been saying before, you can have problems with the filament skip edges because the friction in the bottom tube is too high. Um, you can have problems with like flexible filament really kinking in the bottom tube, which also just blocks your whole bottom tube, and you're not able to print anymore. But the question is, why have they become so popular? Um, because I also actually prefer the direct current systems, and I think they have lots of advantages over the Bowden printers. But if you're taking a look at the printers that I think nowadays 70, 80, 90% are having at home, they are Bowden driven. And maybe to get that at first, Bowden systems do have their advantages because um, the printhead itself is pretty light, which enables you to use way higher accelerations. So speed is, I think, not the problem, but acceleration. You have to accelerate smaller masses, which means smaller forces that you're meeting, and also you reduce the vibrations.
I'm going to put a massive asterisk behind that.
Tell me.
The way the way printers are built is, yeah, you have your x-axis, which you can make a lot lighter by moving the extrude motor off the axis onto either.
Yeah, I'm with Tom on this one. I think your print head can afford to be as heavy as your bed, if not even a little bit heavier, because it's not going to be long until your bed's got more weight on it with the filament. So
probably as heavy as the entire sugar, if not heavier. So even if you have a very fast and very quickly accelerating x-axis, as soon as you have a compound move where both axes need to point move, so anything that is not like a straight line along the x-axis, you still need to wait for the bed to ramp up. So even if you have even if your x-axis by itself could accelerate really fast, it's going to be slowed down by how slowly the bed really is moving.
Yes, but I think most of the time, at least if I take a look at the settings in like CR10 or something like that, the acceleration settings are the same for the x and the y axis. Um,
And the CR10 has really low accelerations actually.
it has as a default really low accelerations. I guess in order to get nice quality, even though well the kinetics might not be 100% perfect. But yeah, so maybe the default of the stepper motor is because the stepper motor is able to move this huge bed of the CR10 with glass and everything. But vibrations, I think if you take a look at ringing marks of 500 models, these are usually caused from pneumatics that are not sturdy enough, and that cause vibrations during the acceleration and deceleration of the steering wheel. And
So this
the y-axis is usually built quite more sturdy than the x-axis. You're using wider profiles, wider linear extrusions. It makes it well, a little bit more sturdy. The x-axis only has like 20 millimeter linear extrusions, so they are kind of getting away with having this huge print bed, but still, well, maybe higher accelerations than standard. And the x-axis is lighter, but also yeah, just there. It's not as sturdy as the x-axis. So um, it is a good way in between.
right, yeah, especially if you take into consideration that the y-axis is typically coupled to whatever surface the printer is standing on, just to the speed. So there's not any leverage on the machine. There's nothing that can really ring except for the dynamic system between the belt as a spring and your bed as a mass. Whereas with the x-axis, you have an entire tower, basically. I keep looking at the CO10 behind you. You have an entire towering thing that could now go into like parallelogram.
Yeah.
What's that? I feel like I can't pronounce some things, but can now rock left to right. Um, and yeah, the lower your dynamic masses for that, the less ringing and resonances you're going to get.
This is
So,
probably one.
yeah, sorry.
No?
Though, couldn't you just work around those ring artifacts by, again, if you have low acceleration, as Smithson, for example, has for both Y and X, as we just mentioned, uh, doesn't that take care of resonances?
It somehow does, yeah, definitely. But this is not, well, if you're using low accelerations, you are not really using the advantages of this valve-driven system because you could create much faster, in theory. But I think this is maybe one of the reasons why lots of Chinese printers are using valve-driven systems because they can get away with like bad kinematics, being not really sturdy, having play, and things like that. The printhead is louder, and for this reason, even though everything is not perfect, the print still look pretty nice.
And of course, this applies to Cartesian machines. This is pretty specific. What we're talking about in X and Y axis is specific to Cartesian machines. As soon as you look at a delta, which is where I think we first started the closed system kind of take off, pretty much all delta printers are sort of a closed system. For delta, it really makes sense to have a really light coolant because you have a basically your delta arc, depending on where your effective is, have a really strong gearing onto the motor. So the motor might only move a very small amount while the effector moves a lot. So if the effector is very heavy and has a lot of inertia, it's going to multiply that onto one of your motors. So your delta is going to stretch. You have very long belts there. The delta frames, unless you build them with really massive columns, are not very sturdy. Like you can, they might look good, but if you actually look at again that gearing issue, you look at how much you can push the effector around without basically seeing the actual tongue move. You can push that thing around by 1 or 2 millimeters easily on most things. So then it just makes a lot of sense to just be as light as possible. Maybe deal with the issues of a voting system in software to compensate for its slicing. Um, One of the things that I still want to mention about Barricade is they like the printing performance for them is different on a very basic physical level. So basically, the control scheme for how your extruder movement, relates to how much fluid is actually coming out of the nozzle. And I think the ultimate way to use that to great success. It's great effect. That's what I was trying to say. Where basically a bone works as a constant pressure system. We're trying to use it as a constant pressure system. The goal for bone system is basically to have the extruder turning just at a constant as possible rate. So you have constant pressure on your filament in your body. Filaments are just going to be flowing continuously without any steps or any hard start stops. It's just going to be flowing smoothly. Whereas with a direct extruder, you have a very short zone that actually basically your swim movements are very directly transferred into what's going on, or more directly at least. And that can be good or bad in varying ways. For example, on some of the direct and direct right extruders, so the non-direct extruders, for example, on the timeline, you sometimes see, or on the first layer as well, you sometimes see just what looks like wells, like those little puddles.
Yeah.
Puddle. And I believe that is actually the step motor, the full steps. It's going to cluck, cluck, and microstepping is never truly perfect. It's going to cluck, cluck, cluck. You can see that in the move on your layers, and eventually you're going to see that. Well, you might see it on the surface that you see which probably will never show.
But maybe also talking about the Ultimaker, it's pretty interesting to see. And I think this is also something where Bowden systems really work. The Ultimaker uses 3 or 2.85 millimeter filament. So it's the filament pattern is much more sturdy than the common or now common 1.75 millimeter system. So for the Ultimaker, Bowden system worked pretty well, but for like all of the others, which are using smaller diameter filaments, the Bowden part is even more flexible than for the Ultimaker, where it works pretty well.
I've not done the math on this, but I don't think the 2.85 versus 1.75 makes that much of a difference. Like how springy in cubic millimeters this entire thing is. So because you have your 2.85, yeah, it's sturdier. It is a much more rigid system, but also it moves much more slowly. So if you have a spring back of 0.1 millimeters, say, that is much more filament in cubic millimeters than what it would be for 1.75.
That's
So the spring back length might be more.
That's a really interesting point, and I think this actually cancels out because the stiffness is like proportional to the area, and also the extruded material is proportional to the area. And yeah,
I'm not sure how back pressure within the Holland works and interacts with that, but I don't think there's much of a difference. And again, with the Ultimaker, just the fact that it works as a constant pressure system, I think helps them with the 2.85 as well. They don't need a super high resolution extruder to think really fine.
but also with the kinematics of the Ultimaker, they really take advantage of Bowden system because they use accelerations during the moves, which are just crazy and which you usually only see on Delta printers.
The kinematics is the mechanical guides are puny. They're using 6 millimeter smooth rods for those cross arms on the regular Ultimaker. It's 8 millimeter back and forth. But then with the actual cross, it's just 6 millimeters. So you have one 6 millimeter bar spanning that entire length that then gets bent from the weight from the dynamic forces from the tool head, and it works.
Yeah, I think they're balancing out all of the masses pretty well so that you reduce the amount of vibrations that are happening there. And it works. Even though they are not
science.
even though they're not
This is an
printing that
explicit.
fast, even though they're not printing that fast, they still take advantage of the light extruder has during all the movements.
Yeah.
So I think as a conclusion, there isn't. It's hard to say whether you should use direct or Bowden. I think we both are fans of the direct ref system, just that it's way
control,
easier.
right?
It's controlled. It's easier. It works pretty well with flexibles. You don't have that much problem with friction in the Bowden chip and things like this. But there are advantages of the Bowden system, and they have become pretty like standard due to the flood of Chinese printers. And I think at least during the next couple of months or years, they will not be getting away from that because this has been an established system. But still, yeah, advantages and disadvantages, we will discuss with it, and both are able to print pretty well.
Yeah, as always, it seems like a pretty lame answer, but both work and both are good for you.
Tom, you have told me last time that you have purchased one of these Blur thermal cameras.
Yeah, I got the you have one.
Yes, so, well, I thought you had purchased. So, I have one of these Blur 3rd generation thermal cameras since a year or so. I'm like using this one all day or every day, but sometimes they really it's sometimes a pretty nice tool to debug things like this. And how they are working, I think in difference to the normal Blur cameras, is then you just plug them into your phone, and the phone is acting as a screen and probably does some processing. And it's pretty portable. So what have you been doing with it so far? And you have the Pro version, which is setting you back still $500.
400 roughly. I don't know what it's in US dollars, but I think I paid like 390 or something for this one.
Okay, so when I purchased mine, like when I purchased it, I don't know what years ago. So when I had been purchasing mine like a year ago, the third generation standard one was $250, and the Pro version was $500. The main difference was the sensor size. Do you remember how many pixels mine has? Because pixels versus or 60.
I think it's like so. It's not square. If I remember correctly, I think the standard one is 8 pixels, and the Pro model is I think 1 or so. So basically 4 times the pixel. So yeah, I did get the Pro one, not because it's a high resolution, but this is however many degrees Fahrenheit that some of this is common.
And this one only goes to like I think 100, 140,
150, 140, somewhere in there, yeah. So this one also has 2 modes, so you can switch it between 150 or I think negative 150 for a high resolution image, and then you can switch it to negative something to 400 degrees Celsius to get a wider range, but you lose resolution. Well, you don't lose like pixel resolution, but you lose thermal resolution. You can see your temperatures as a much less fine rating, basically. What have I been doing with this? Playing around, getting used to it, basically. So my reason for this was I want to have something that I can evaluate. For example, in bed, how long do they heat up? I want to look at electronics without having to go wrong. I want to see if your ramps or your MOSFET or your provide that says, hey, I want to look something else. If you should really be using 400 millimeters with bed outputs and just see what's going to fail without actually physically destroying all the treatment. So if I were just to go through and really test every single MOSFET output on every single board, I would be causing more damage than if I just got this camera and I think this is going to be way cooler if I have images to prove what I was doing instead of having just that bunch of blown up boards.
Yeah, so I think it still takes quite an experience to do thermal imaging because I'm a simulation engineer by trade. You can bring pictures with finite element analysis easily, but they don't always, well, they're not always right. And this is the same with thermal imaging because you need to know what you're doing, you need to know how the camera itself is working in order to judge whether the results are good or not. For example, if you are thermal imaging a shiny surface, you're not really taking the temperature of the shiny surface. You are taking a look at the reflection, which is probably your normal state. And this takes quite a lot of just knowing what you're doing and thinking about how you can set up your system or set up your tests in order to get proper results at the end.
As Germans, we have a saying that goes something like, "Wer misst, misst, misst." So whoever is measuring stuff is measuring manure. So the one thing you have to keep in mind with these cameras, so these have actually 2 lenses in them. Both are cameras. So one of them is just a regular optical camera that gives you like a contrast image that it shows you like what you're looking at. The camera is pretty low resolution, and overlays the other one. And the other one actually has a lens that looks black to the human eye. It's still a camera. It still has a lens in there. It still has optics. It's still a sensor. It just runs at a different wavelength. It runs at pretty long wavelength. So I think like more than 1,000 nanometers, something in that range. So deep infrared. So even if you have like an infrared remote, shine this into the camera, it's not going to pick up. It is way lower than that. So it. It's literally thermal radiation that it's showing. And yeah, as mentioned, the emissions coefficient, which is basically is this thing a mirror versus thing completely that goes into these goes into what this camera is showing so much. A lot of people just make a mistake as mentioned. Oh, this is shining at the object is super cool, and then go ahead and go, get their hand over to. So yeah, it takes some experience. I've run into this. I've coached people on how not to use these cameras to. What is often done is just spray painting entire thing black. It's the matte black spray paint. Works really well, especially if you're the emitters wherever spray painted in. But at least it's giving you a good reading for what the surface temperature, again, that's also something to keep in mind. Of these objects, yes.
And there are some other things you can do. You can use tape or some other things which have like a matte surface which helps you with the measurements. And just to be totally clear, this is not a problem of these cheap cameras, even though if you're buying like $90,000 thermal cameras, they start with the same chip. So
yeah,
just be aware.
Exact same principle. In fact, if you want to think about these kind of in simple terms, this is basically 160 to 120 of those handheld infrared thermometers. It's the exact same thermopile technology in here, just many of them on a sensor and with a lens. So if you have one of those infrared thermometers, you should also keep those same things in mind. For example, what I can do just to measure the temperature of the bed is just you can take over the spot with the infrared thermometer there and measure from that glass surface. So I think this is gonna be fun. This is really gonna be fun. I don't know if you guys are aware of this or if this has even been made public, but the slice pod is really mosquito pod by Slice Engineering, the one that has the separate heat frame or bonus pad, and then those 4 huge studs. I helped them or consulted them in making this thing happen. I've had 2 prototypes. I still have the most recent one, which was pretty similar to what they're selling now. And one of the things that I pointed them towards was like, hey, you should maybe take a look with a thermal camera. And I kind of told them what I just was telling you guys. Like, yeah, in it, measure, have a look at it, and the results that we're getting were really nice, and they kind of learned a lot from just that image. So if you use it right, this is an incredibly powerful tool.
And it has become really powerful because a couple of years ago they were at this resolution thousands and thousands of dollars, and now you can just get one camera to your phone for cheap ones. That's the old version. It's a great tool. You can feel like a friend on it.
Yeah. No, as you bring that up, so these are fairly low resolution. Yeah, they are compared to digital, they're nothing, and they're also fairly low refresh rate. So these are 9 frames, so 9 frames per second. Both the cheap and pro one.
Yeah, but this is due to export regulations.
Yes, it is.
Because if you would have, and I think they're capable of having refresh rates, if you would have something like that, you could put that into a missile and make yourself a thermal safety missile. And for this reason, it's limited to like 9 frames.
Exactly. So we could have much nicer cameras. People just wouldn't do like stupid stuff with them. And people were good, then we could have nicer stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. But 9 hertz for what we're doing is totally adequate.
Yeah.
I still look at this and I'm like, dude, this is so nice. And even if you're not using it for continuation, you can just walk around your house and see, oh, there's a cold spot. I actually noticed that each corner of this apartment has like 1 cold spot in it, which is like this big. I don't know if somebody put like a metal plate in there or hit a safe in the wall, or I don't know what's going on. There's like little spots if you look at this image, that size, each corner. You can look at your windows again, those are glass, those are reflectors, something like we're going to solve. If look at your windows, you can see windows scrappy and there's air leaking in. You can look at your car and check if your brakes are hot or not. You can do all sorts of fun stuff.
Well, I still remember like the first Splinter Cell game where you were getting like keypad codes by looking at the keypad after the guard has been putting into putting the code in, and depending on the temperature of the triggers, you could say, okay, the code is this and that, and this is something you can do with this camera. You can just walk around your house and take a look at your footsteps. You are be happy just because the floor has been warmed up. That's so cool.
You can check if your dog was on the couch and just jumped off when you were leaving down. All that sort of stuff. Yeah, very, very cool stuff. Are you being paid by Fleur to save you this?
No, I am actually not paid by them, and when I
I'm also not paid by them.
and when I bought mine like a year ago, it was working horribly. So the app was just crap. Sorry,
I gotta say,
yeah.
I gotta say, I'm pretty happy with the way the app works. I've still not quite figured out whether or how to lock the scale you get, because you can lock the just what point is going to be your maximum, what temperature is going to be your maximum temperature, your lowest one. Just kind of lock that range so it doesn't flutter around. But I'm not figured out how to adjust that. But it's been working pretty good. Sometimes it disconnects. Yeah. But overall, it's pretty nice.
Yeah, I'm looking really forward to seeing what you will come up with. We're pretty amazing for us. Maybe the new printing reviews coming up.
Yeah, maybe I can do a comparison with it. And I guess there's just one last thing. Fleur is not the only camera making these. There's also Sequel, I think, which has a very comparable product. I think even a high resolution one at a lower price than the Pro model. So yeah, that's an option. And you can also get pretty cheap handheld thermal cameras now. From what is it, Unitrend, which makes like cheap, like affordable multimeters. They make like measuring equipment and stuff, and they also make really affordable thermal cameras for just only stuff. You can get them in pretty much any price range, and it's going to give you some thermal image. That's the entire thing, yeah.
I've just been checking the Express and we're getting thermal cameras
So I'm not sure what those actually do. I've looked at those two, and the way they seem to work is they seem to have an infrared camera, and then which is not a thermal camera, just an infrared camera, and then a single measuring rod in the center. So they seem to be kind of like fake little cameras, even to their amount. But some of them are a bit shady, but you can get a real thermal camera for 170 or if you go really cheap. As a standalone device.
Hey, let's do one of the questions that was sent to us via Twitter from, I need to pronounce that properly, Chocolate.
Yes, Chocolate.
What is the lifespan of filament-based printing as a whole before something better printing? And we've been talking about the question just briefly before, and you can interpret that in two ways. So probably just start out with your answer to that question.
Yeah, I'm actually starting to realize that this is we've been misreading this actually. Because there's a third way to read this, which is the proper one, I think. I think what Chocolate is asking about is FDM 3D printing as a whole, and not as you buy one device and when does that become obsolete.
Okay.
Which is what we've been kind of guessing, but lifespan of filament-based printing. So let's actually talk about all those three ways. So your filament-based printer, when does it wear out? When does it become obsolete? When does the technology become obsolete?
Yeah, so you have a couple of printers. I don't know. I have one in my display time to time, but they didn't do it. Yeah. So they are pretty reliable, and you should get like a couple of thousand hours out of them. Depending on the quality, they can wear off pretty jewelry or not. I think you keep them like 2,000 hours if you can.
Easily. I guess unless you have like really cheap bearings that start to bind after a while, where the guides for the ball just become worn out and the walls can damp. That is something that has been happening a lot more in the earlier days, I guess, because we didn't have access to like decent quality stuff, and also our manufacturing tolerances weren't that good. So if you have a printer where your bearings, your living bushings are just not minded, it might run out, but you can replace them. It's not a big deal. But in general, same for me, like who's having printing with very little maintenance for thousands or hundred thousand pounds, especially the crucial which gets used for filming. So those have been running in cost.
And still, if something is broken, it's usually just get a replacement part and then you use it again.
Might be eventually the nozzle's gonna wear out, though I have said not more than one out yet. If triggered properly, we cannot printing a very safe through brass nozzle, and they will last pretty darn long. Maybe the hot gear is gonna, over time, if you have a brass or aluminum even one, those are gonna just wear it down. It's not going to be as sharp after a while. If you have a good hardened steel hot that's never gonna wear out basically. So yeah. When does a printer become obsolete?
That's really hard to say. So I still have my university printer running until now, which is like 4 years old, and it's still working perfectly well. There's this one, it still has one core I can run on, but still it works, and it's not obsolete yet. I think most of the time printers get obsolete just because you want to get a new one because it has some nice features like human runoff detection and other things like that. Or if you want to get a bigger one because the parts you want to print now are not even like the bigger ones you used to buy like a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and if you look at what today's printers are, man, I'm looking at the CSM. If you keep looking, if you look at what the affordable printers are that you can buy right now, those are not that different from what you were able to buy to build 4 years ago, maybe. It's just at the time it would have been a nice printer. Now it's just a standard printer, but it's still the same technology. There's nothing fundamentally different between those. So yeah, FDM printers I don't think are developing or evolving that much anymore. Because what people are buying is just the cheap stuff that is the basic stuff. Look at something like the Mark III, there's a lot going on, there's a lot of new features going in for the automakers or other brands that are really innovating. There's new features
I have to remember to save this. Must
So,
remember to save.
And I think this brings us to the last point. When does FDM printing as a technology become obsolete? And since at the moment FDM printing is the most affordable, in my opinion, the most reliable, and the most comfortable way to 3D printing, I think it will last for like many more years. Because at the moment, I think there is nothing on the market which is comparable in a way that makes 3D printing as easy as it is in the industry.
you mentioned that it's the cheapest way to get into 3D printing.
I think I mentioned that you get printer kits for at the moment $100.
Yeah.
Kits
Or less sometimes. It's crazy until that doesn't stop or until there's no other way to get into 3D printing for that low of a price. Or even any other way of fabricating, like even laser cutters, those are way more expensive. We can touch those in the last episode. Touch on those. Laser cutting for CNC or it's the cheapest way to get into automated fabrication. Christmas, it's the absolute cheapest way to do it. Until there's something else that can do that maybe insulates. You see, and then it's still unusable and a mess and smelly and well, not unusable, but hard to use. I think that game is going to be around for a good while. It's been around for 30 years at least now. It was just the first 20 years of its lifetime, it was nobody could use it because there was a patent that protected it in using it. So yeah, it's been around for a while. It's going to be around for a good bit longer. That answers the question, right?
That answers the question.
Waiting.
And I think that also concludes today's podcast.
Yeah, we're already running long. We're at 53, 52 minutes. Sorry, everyone who was hoping for a shorter podcast, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, so thanks everyone for listening or watching it on YouTube. The podcast is now not only available on YouTube, it's available on iTunes and almost other podcast apps you might have on your phone. It's not available on Spotify at the moment, but yeah, just
If you're missing if you're missing a podcast track or a podcast platform that was not listed on it, almost comment below it. Get in there. If you don't want to pass into or ourselves into iTunes, we want to be on as many different platforms as possible. So yeah, let us know if you're missing one.
and if you're having questions for the podcast, just reach us at the Meltzone and we might
Yeah, and one last thing that I kind of want to bring up. Our intro music and our logo and our intro video, well, I guess the intro video we can work on. But if you're an artist, if you want to compose or build on the current intro jingle thing kind of thing that we have in there, or if you want to draw us a nice logo based on what we already have, let us know. We would greatly appreciate that because right now it's all placeholders. It is just it was me for half an hour doodling to get the logo. It looks like, yeah, it doesn't look nice. Well, again, try to keep this very specified. It looks like, yeah, stuff that you don't want to look at. Please, if you want to draw something up, do that. Let us know. Tweet it at us. I don't know. So
we would highly appreciate it. So until then, thanks for your time, folks. And
we're excited. See you then. Bye.
Sorry, everyone. Everything is jamming up on me. Oh, here we go. All right, file. Save. John. Oh, good.
Quick heads up about this episode before we get into it. This was not recorded at the usual setup with Stefan and myself, but it was just me with Sanjay from E3D and Rich Rap, aka Richard Warren. We talk about some really interesting stuff like whether you should buy a 3D printer kit or you should source everything yourself, what materials you should use for which purposes. But, and that's a really big but, I did end up screwing up the audio quality, so this episode doesn't sound anywhere close to what I would have liked it to sound. So give it a try, see for yourself if you can actually listen to it or if it's too bad for your ears. If it is, sorry, skip this episode, come back the next one where it's going to be Stefan and myself again at the usual setup. So yeah, let's get going with the show. Welcome to the Meltzone Podcast. Again, it is today October 19th, 2018, and as you may be able to tell, we're not at the usual set. So, first podcast with guests. Who are you guys?
Hi, I'm Richard, known as Rich Rapp in the 3D community, and do a lot of work with 3D printing and trained as an electronics engineer. And I'm Sanjay Mortimer. I'm the commercial director of E3D Online. We make hot ends, nozzles, extruders, whatever you want to call them, and early rep 3D printing enthusiasts.
Cool. So we know who you are. What are you up to? Like, what's the right now? What are you working on? What are you passionate about? What's going on?
I'll start. Okay, so this year's been a bit up and down for me, a bit of a roller coaster year with time for 3D printing, but I have managed to do a lot more fun things for myself rather than actually focus on content creation. I still find the joy of 3D printing and making fun. So there's been a lot of practical 3D printing around the house, but also some really nice projects, tests, and boundaries of 3D printing with different materials, and it's been really good fun. But yeah, tiny things, and printing lots of tiny things using small models. And just figuring out what plastic to work with small models, you get some great hints, and so that's been quite fun, and I've really enjoyed it just myself. Nothing to do with blogs or video posts or anything, but yeah, just enjoying doing that. So yeah, that's sort of what I've been doing this year.
That's kind of where you've always been doing, kind of pushing the limits and showing what can be done, just good-looking stuff and really appealing prints, right?
Yeah, definitely. I like to try and get the most appropriate use of material in whatever I'm doing, and some of the practical 3D printing enclosures for electronics. That's my day job, but it's been quite interesting actually trying to use more appropriate materials for certain projects. Material strengths and using a lot of those little metal inserts. Appreciate it?
Yeah, really inserts and stuff.
I found joy in using those, and yeah, I've been doing a lot with them. So.
What are you been up to?
Tool changing is obviously a big part of it, but I suppose to go away from just like the E3D commercial stuff, I like little personal pet projects. Have been working with Rory we really want to do like a metrology head for the 3D printer that uses the kinematic coupling as the deflection sensor. And so we've got some bits in from Renault, so we've got like actual Ruby touch probes and things like that. And that's like a little passion project that probably doesn't have much commercial output, at least not yet, because it requires a bunch of custom electronics to get made and things. Been playing a lot with making hot ends from scratch again, which feels like going back 5-6 years ago.
Yeah, at least. I still remember, the copper or heater wire, welder and stuff.
Absolutely. So it's kind of going back to building your own heater, building that around a nozzle and doing all these things and kind of just playing and exploring by hand to figure out the best way to do that. With a view to, I don't know, maybe doing in the future for like next generation E3D hot ends. But it's been fun because it's like doing that, but with all the technical resources that we have at E3D. So it's like, back when I was like, it's the same kind of joy as back when I was in the like school workshop, like building these little hot ends, but now I have like a machine shop and I can call up like technical ceramics companies and be like, yeah, with this company we do this and we sell these many hot ends. We want to build like heaters and stuff like that. They'll send you samples up at the zoo. So you can get all the cool stuff and do like these high-end like technical ceramics. And one of the cool things that's been recent is the whole e-cigarette industry has blown up the market for like custom heater wire, like the micron wire. It's not just micron, they've got like micron and Campo, and they've got stainlesses and like every single like heater wire you can imagine, a heater ribbon, and you can buy all of this on Amazon Prime. These people find their own oil. I don't really get it, but anyway, there's lots of heating elements stuff out there you can now buy, and so that's been really cool to like slap that on and play with that whole effect.
So Sanjay is expected is playing with audience.
Yeah. But I don't do the
Yeah. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. I mean, we're going
a one trick pony.
we're going full circle. Yeah.
You do a podcast, you get one time.
You have got another focus now with the tool changer and the limitations as well as the possibilities.
Yeah.
I think that's, for me, you did remind me there, I have also been clearing the decks, spending more time on tool changers and that sort of ecosystem. So, yeah, the next 6 months will be very much focused on tool changing technologies. That's cool.
Yeah, that's exciting. Tool changing gets an important.
Yeah. Cool. Good stuff. What have I been working on? Well, I've mostly been just touring the UK and touring some really interesting places. So I did end up here at E3D. So this has been my last 2 days now. I've been to Adrian Bauer, the inventor of RepRap, the guy who put the idea out, who put the spark and developed the very first machine. That is, of course, working for the RepRap documentary, working towards having something to show to people, to teach them on, okay, this is why we have all these machines that we have now. So Adrian Bauer, I talked to Gina Hoyske from Optoprint about what she's up to, and also about how software plays and things. And I got to see NCTP, so formerly Dutch Filaments, one of the world's largest filament manufacturers. And they're crazy. They've got 14 running filament production lines. We're building up to 16 now, and it is a massive operation what they've got going on. So that was good fun. That was my last week, basically. And yeah, my goal was to see Adrian Bauer. It's been good fun. Yeah, they're not often these opportunities where you get to see so many things at the same time. It's been fantastic.
I think it's great actually that you've done some work on the RepRap documentary. A lot of people are talking about it for years. It's not just recent.
Like in 2014 or 2015, Brooke Drummond, she put that idea out, and it almost got it to a point where, I think I offered to film that even, but I didn't have the knowledge of tools back then. I probably still don't. Honestly, I still don't know what I'm doing most of the time, but
So the project there is like so undefined because of just like the rest of the project. So
yeah,
whether it's like who do you include, do you not include, do you want to offend?
yeah.
And do you try to capture the history or the sort of emotion or the essence or the movement?
Well, again, the goal is to be able to explain to people why, and how RepRap kind of got started and how it went into 3D printing as we have it today. So that's mostly just an educational piece, but also, of course, it goes into kind of the ideologies that the project was started or wasn't started with, as we actually found out, kind of how the community works together, and all those little bits and pieces that play into where we're now. So,
Fantastic, the organic project, I think, which is allowed to grow in all sorts of areas.
yeah, I'm sure I've missed a lot of details and a lot of people to talk to. I've for sure missed a few of the key early inventors and designers, but you gotta say, okay, that this is enough at some point. It's just so much to go.
Version 2, that's the whole point of the evolving rep.
Yeah,
Version 2.
sure. And I guess one more bit of news that one bit of news that kind of ties on to what we've been covering in the last podcast is the entire story with Murph 2019, with Sammy CNC and a few people kind of having a bit of toxic fallout, I guess. That's all been resolved. I don't know how much of that has actually been resolved behind the scenes, but there is going to be another MRF Murph 2019, and there's official dates now, so it's going to be March 29th. That's Friday till Sunday, March 31st. 2019 tickets are on sale, so we'll be there. We will be there. Rich, you gonna be there?
I'm going to make a very, very, very concerted effort to be there. So I'm not going to one, and I really want to go. So yeah, I have been saving, I have been planning, and yes.
I haven't been there before.
I've not been.
You're missing out.
That particular place in the world.
It's right on the street as well. It's like,
Very much so.
Wonderful thing. So yeah.
Very hard. I try very hard to be that. I mean, I've been there last year for the very first time. It's good fun.
It's like one of the best you
Yeah, it's like it so accurately represents just the core of what is really the community. Yeah, sure that there's trade shows and stuff, but that's companies that are trying to sell you stuff. But Murph is really people working together and developing stuff and showing what they're working on. That is really good to see.
Yeah, very happy that it's going ahead and that I know I wasn't following any of the
Controversies,
micro drama, micro internet drama, but very happy that it's aligned. It seems like it is, and that the two parties are like working together.
Yeah, for the good of everyone.
Yeah,
that's good to see. Yes, should we move on to the topics for this week? Not the recurring topics, but the recurring segments. So, I guess I left this out at the beginning of this podcast, and I might edit this back. But for this or that, we're going to have kits or DIY printers. We're going to have the topic of the week, which materials for which applications. So it would be this or that. So, Sandra, I'm going to start with you. Would you recommend, or under which conditions would you recommend for someone to source a 3D printed kit from scratch and build that, or buy kits and
I think if you have to ask yourself that question, the answer is probably that you should get a kit. You have to ask yourself that question.
Yeah,
I'm sure in any way you should probably get a kit. Right? Unless you have absolute confidence in your ability or the necessity for you to, you might need to, well, there are two reasons to self-source. One is in order to achieve your goals, kit printer isn't going to do it. You need to do X, Y, Z, and you're sufficiently competent and confident in your abilities to achieve that you go and you source your own kit and you do it. Number two is that you want to do it entirely as a learning exercise. And once again, you're 100% confident in your ability to resolve that to a working printer. And your motivations are that you want to learn or that you want to achieve something otherwise impossible. Because a kit will be cheaper and kind of easier in almost all situations that I can think of as far as I know. And so I think that, you have to have absolute confidence in your ability to take all these suppliers and turn them into the correct parts, and then turn those correct parts that you've then ordered into a functioning printer.
I guess my surprise and to that reaction is really, wouldn't you just recommend they bought a complete finished machine? Well, if you ask that question, if you're asking that question, why are you asking? Actually, the right answer might be you don't want to buy a kit, you don't want to self-source, you want to.
Yeah, but I think there's a very valuable lesson in building a 3D printer yourself, even if it's just from a kit, from components that you get laid out and you get manuals. You understand the workings of the machine, you understand how everything ties together, and if you run into an issue later on, you're going to be very well prepared in resolving that. Versus if you just have the finished machine, you might not even get the results you want out of the box, and you have no way of quantifying what that is. Where that stems from. So it's,
and I suppose even if your objective is to make a machine that the kit doesn't do, you want to do something advanced, make a high temperature machine, then building the kit first will put you in good if you're unsure about your ability to do the self-source thing, do the kit thing, and then you'll be put in good stead to modify that machine and build it into whatever you want it to be.
You mentioned cost for kit versus self-sourcing, and I've experienced that in the past with the Dolly project, Dolly i3, kind of trying to clone the Prusa Mark II, which is functionally similar, not identical, but similar to what the Prusa Mark II does, and it ended up costing more than. Should have muted my phone. It ended up costing. Well, not more than the real deal, but it ended up costing more than cheap printer kits. And it used all the cheap parts. So you kind of get the equivalent in component quality. Sorry. But you spend a lot more time on sourcing everything and on you're just trying to make stuff work versus actually getting to use the machine and tune it. Whereas with the kits, you just get the thing and you at least know what to expect.
I generally couldn't agree more. I'm sort of playing devil's advocate because everything I tend to build is either from scratch or from kits. And my kids have done the same. They've only had 3D printers that have been built up has an occasional usage. The ones they actually use day to day and the ones they're building now are all from kits. So my youngest daughter is building up I made 3D Jelly Blocks at the moment.
Yes.
I saw them at the TCT show, and that's a fantastic kit. Everything's labelled better than the Precise 3, and the manual and instructions are even better. So it really is fantastic for kids to do that, and they get all the tools and everything else. So and it's fairly simple because most of it is with tie-ups.
Yeah.
Instructional tie-ups. But yeah, both of my kids have built Precise 3s from kit. So yeah, it's been a good learning experience.
Yeah, so then there's not just one type of kit, and there's not just one type, well, some sources is going to be a pain either way. There's also not just one type of already built machine, right? It's different, well, for the same user, you might be able to recommend different kind of brackets of either a kit or a finished machine.
Yeah, I guess maybe the question, if someone is asking if they should self-source, is because actually they are interested in innovating and doing something different. Maybe they're not happy with the kits that are out there or the machines out there. So you can take the opposite view that actually this person could be completely competent, and buying self-sourcing could be part of that whole strategy of then learning as well.
There's always the option of just a masochist, and just like I need the experience of sourcing and building everything myself, and that can be a learning experience, yeah.
I think you're right. It can cost almost as much, if not more sometimes. I've done the same exercise and thought, well, actually, this kit, yeah, they're making a decent margin on it, but yeah, doing it all yourself is perhaps not such a good.
Exactly. Cool. So overall, self-sourcing for the hardcore.
I think so, unless you've got a real reason.
What do you want? I think you should sell kits as well. Like, our first printer was a kit, and then after we used the kit to run, then we went on and self-sourced, and the machines are there. That's our first kit.
And of course, the big box is probably the ultimate.
Oh, it's self-sorting, I guess. Yeah.
Fast printer has the most fast.
Ultimate man, best at a time.
We have the most fast.
I think he's still getting beat up for the salesman.
Yeah.
We counted it was over 1,000 part snippets.
There's a lot of bearings in that.
Bearings and washers and everything's a bolts, washer, nuts, keys, washer, nuts. Yeah.
And the rules are good.
Yeah, the crucial neurologist.
Fuck the rules.
Yeah, but that's history, and I feel like we're way past it. All right, we're making good time here. I think we can move on for the big topic. What materials? We have two material specialists here, I guess.
I wouldn't call myself a specialist. I just enjoy playing.
Yeah, I just wish the plastic. I suppose to qualify that, neither of us have any formal materials backgrounds.
Oh yes, but both of you are into materials and then playing with them and trying to make the best of what's available.
I think real world experience from my day job in electronics and interaction with materials and products and the approvals and regulations that go into some of those things give you an idea of the sort of materials that you like to use in industry, and then the exciting different materials that you can use in 3D printing. I think you mentioned polypropylene.
Yeah.
Yes,
Stefan's really into that.
that's really interesting because it's a fantastic material. It's been particularly difficult to print with back in the early days.
That anyone's got any poly and different.
Absolutely. And then I always just thought, yeah, you got no chance. But it's starting to formulate into a sensible product you can actually print.
Yeah, supposedly it is very easy to print and get massive layer adhesion.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's actually, I spend most of my time, the first time I use a new material or a new source or a new manufacturer, if I know that they're trying something different, it's layer bonding. I don't really care about the quality or the finish or anything until the layer bonding's been proven. Kind of
the trade-off point where you tune the temperature and print settings wise to have good layer bonding, and you can work from that, because that's kind of the sweet spot for a material. When you figure out, okay, this sticks, this makes a mechanically sound part, that's kind of what I feel this is how the material wants to be printed.
Definitely.
So SPP, and that's probably the most exotic one so far, and the one that we're starting out. So does PLA actually have real-world use cases beyond just being pretty and being available in all sorts of different shapes and sizes and forms?
People always like PLA is weak, but if you actually go and
It's very strong. It can be like glass. It's
if you go and actually look at the stats, well, PLA is stronger than ABS. Just to really cull that myth. PLA is a very strong material with an amazing flexural module. It is very stiff, and it's very diametrically stable when you print it. So it's actually fantastic for mechanical parts. You can print it super accurately. You get very rigid, very stiff parts that are also very strong. Right? But also talk honestly about the downside. It has a brittle failure mode, so it doesn't have much toughness, and it's not great at the extremes of temperature. So when it's cold, it becomes even brittler, and when it's hot above 60, it's a waste of time. But if it's a room temperature component, that even if it needs to be quite strong, PLA is probably your best bet. Don't discount it. I think people throw PLA away and go, I'm going to move to PETG and it'll be stronger. And wow, actually, like overall, your holistic experience, the quality of the part that you can produce, how dry is your PET compared to how strong is your PLA. Don't discount PLA. Think about your application.
I mean, I've done I don't want to say informal testing, but the comparative testing of PLA against ABS against PETG, a ton of filaments, and PLA very much is a strong filament, but mentioned temperature, there's also the problem of creep over time. If you have it under tension from a fastener or something, it will give, and that fastener's going to come loose. And also from the early printer builds, I remember, I'm not sure if it's still the same PLA we're using today, but if you have, for example, the Mendel top profiles where it held the zeros, those would crack over time if it was just PLA. So for anything that is under constant stress, it's not the best material to use.
No, it's not. I think if you take all those downsides, the upsides are always that it's very, very easy to use.
Yeah.
Most
Overriding
features, yeah, definitely. And I think it's still a wonderful prototyping plastic. And I don't mean to sound negative on it, but it's just a very easy way. You're not going to get too much fall from whatever size objects you print. You can figure out whether or not you can print those in other materials later on. But if you want to physically test something, I wish it had more layer bonding like PETG and a bit more impact resistance. Maybe some blends and mixes we'll see in the future may allow some.
Yeah, there are always some materials that do a bit more impact resistance, but at the expense of rigidity, stiffness, and also overall strength. So
you don't get something for nothing. The additive, the tougheners make it less stiff.
So is there even a place for an ABS, as you mentioned, speaking of PLA, which I agree, but is there a place where ABS or PC ABS sort of blends, if that makes sense?
I think so, in some small cases. I think that for like testing, it can be really good. But ABS also does have some quite nice properties when you're printing it. Like, yes, ABS can be a real pain when you print it, but you can get ABS with fantastic flow properties, and they have this peculiar characteristic where they can be extremely flowy and runny when they're in the flowing state, but even when it's hot, if it's not under any stress, they behave as a solid. They hold parts of physical pigment plastics, which means that you can very easily pump it through a very small nozzle in highish flow rates, and you can get it to go into place very easily. But as soon as the nozzle leaves where it is, it behaves like a solid. So you can get these fantastic overhangs. It's one of the very high flow ABSs like MG94 and high flow ASAs that are used in making big thin-walled components like they're designed for molding like TV screen bezels and stuff like that. You can get them to both with tiny nozzles form into really fine features with a lot of crisp definition and accuracy. And you can of course use them to simulate ABS parts in certain ways within certain.
As long as you keep ABS parts relatively small, and with those smaller nozzles, you can get some incredibly good quality prints out of them. So I think ABS still has a very good usage, but it's generally we're seeing less of it being used for larger parts, or even by industrial customers. They realise that actually it's not just ABS, just because they used to use that in injection molding and they're used to that for prototyping. It doesn't have to be for their 3D printed parts.
Material that machines quite well.
Yeah. Those people like PPG or melt like I gotta say, I actually like printing PC ABS or even good PC by itself a lot for anything that is in contact with heat rays outside of my being the sun. And PLA, of course, as soon as it sees sunlight or is out in the car or something, it's just over. It melts, it's soft, it deforms, it crystallizes maybe. And that is, PLA shrinks a lot, I guess that. But that's also something that I've noticed with some PPGs. If you leave them out in the sun and they get to a certain temperature for a while, they crystallize, they might shrink a bit, but some also become brittle. And I've run into that before, and it's a huge problem. If you use a part and you take it straight to the printer, it works. Then after a week or two, or a warmer day in summer, all of a sudden is a completely different part. And something like an ABS or a PC ABS does not do that. So if you get it off the printer, that's exactly the part you're going to have for the rest of the parts now.
Yeah. There's something about PC that I've never and this is really hard to describe, but anyone that's stared at plastic coming out of nozzles and laying down into beads for long enough, probably like Rich and I have, and you as well, but there's something indescribable about PC and the way it lays down and seems to just lay into just gorgeous, perfect, translucent layers with that full interlayer, optical transparency, and there's just something really fantastic about PC and the way it prints. It's a pity that it needs those higher temperatures. There's been some great work done on that on a PC Max by Polymaker. And that is a really fantastic material. But really they're kind of back blending it with lower end polyesters, copolyesters like PET and the like to achieve that. Still a fantastic material, but it loses some of that that PC glory that I really miss.
It does make it fantastically easy to use and much more accessible. I think that's the interesting thing with all this talk about materials and the different resins, because there's thousands and thousands of different mixes. And that was also my experience with PLA and small nozzles. That's actually the Polymaker PLA Max, Polymax PLA ran really, really well. It behaved almost like an ABS and was the only part I could use that wasn't ABS or other blends to use in really tiny small nozzles. And you still get good layer bonding and you still don't get that shattering of parts later on. So I think that's a good compromise. But that probably should be encouraged. People get a little bit carried away with additives and modifiers and not being pure to the resin, but I think actually it's good to mix these blends out there.
Make it printable.
Printing. It's a different discipline after all. It's not injection molding. It's not all of these other things. So
what we're seeing is this progression. We started off with we would go and we would read all the data sheets of the available resins and pick an injection molding resin that would work, and then the extruder companies would buy that, extrude it into a filament. Hooray, you've got an acceptable material. And then came the let's add some plasticizer or adhesion modifier to make it stick to the bed better or make it flow more easily. And so the compounds and the compounders, and I think that's kind of where we were a year or so ago. But now I think we're starting to see the first fruit of chemical companies, big chemical companies, actually synthesizing and building the molecules for such that, there's only so far you can go with compounding. You're taking an existing product, you're mixing it up. You can't mix together, orange juice and apple juice and get Coca-Cola. Actually producing these chemicals from scratch, and you can construct the chain as you want it. We've been playing this game with the peak that we're working on, and we can call up the company and say we want the chain a little bit longer, and we want a little bit more of this in here and that on there, and so on and so forth. And that'll happen. And there's been great work by Eastman on the kind of Amphora range and the engine stuff. That's one of the very few. I think Steve Bright over there was one of the pioneers in doing this.
Hello, Glenn, how are you? Sweet. You've called Sam from 3D Printing Revolution. All good, all good. Right. No worries. No worries. Too easy. I'll talk to you when. See ya.
And I'm just really excited for now that we're getting, Mitsubishi coming in and having a presence in the sort of world.
They've been there before, verbatim, is Mitsubishi as well.
As far as I know, all of those materials that they're doing are not like synth plant Mitsubishi from scratch yet.
I've been just trying to separate this off into some more sensible kind of blocks for isolating it, but it doesn't seem to be going so well.
And make it printable without a heated chamber. Like, what can you do with polycarbonate, or what can you do, with things like polypropylene? We can get these. I'm hoping that soon we'll get Delrin and acetyl in a printable format. That would be incredible. That's completely unachievable with current Delrin resins because of their shrink rate and their crystallinity. It's not possible. But it's a super high performance engineering right now. And I think it would be like the advent of nylon all over again.
So one thing I've been wondering is why we haven't seen more of the phase change process in 3D printing. So the actual change of amorphous or crystalline structures. It's getting a little bit heavy now, but it would be really interesting to see whether or not that type of process could be more slickly integrated into the 3D printing process, and actually sort of what materials may be available to us then.
Yeah. So for the listeners here, just to explain that idea a bit more, it's something that, for example, has been known from protopasta with the HDPA. You print the part, it's amorphous. When it comes off the printer, the polymer chains are not in an orderly fashion, basically. Please correct me if I get anything of this wrong. Yeah. So the polymer chains are kind of chaotic, and it's typically it's clear filament. Glossy kind of. And then you heat it up to a certain critical temperature. You keep it there for a while, and the polymer chains arrange themselves in a nice regular structure, and that drastically changes the way that the polymer behaves, the plastic behaves as an entire thing. And you can do that to 3D printed parts. Some of them might shrink a bit, some of them may become unusable in some way, but with some polymers, it just turns them into this massively overperforming thing that you didn't have before. For example, with PLAs, all of a sudden it is more rigid, it is stronger overall, it is temperature resistant like nothing else, and it's an amazing process. So why is that we're not seeing more of it?
The one thing the way you described that, the NatureWorks resin that's used in that high temperature LA and the process to anneal afterwards is a fairly straightforward process that anyone could do with a fairly well temperature controlled oven. I think maybe Sandy, you'll have a bit of an idea on some of the other materials that you often have to cook in oil for a huge long period of time and slowly heat
I've not actually heard of that.
yeah, so some materials to change their state, you do have to do some crazy things and over a very long period of time. So I think that's maybe why we haven't seen so much advancement. But I do wonder whether there's any easy wins like the high temperature PLAs we've seen recently.
Also, I think that the part of the reason here is that post-facto crystallization of parts is relatively unexplored in industry. So, for example, with PETs, high-end engineering PETs that you use in automotive, they're designed to be crystalline, supercrystalline, and so you heat them up molten, fire them into the mold, and then you let them cool slow enough, and you make the mixture, the chemicals, their like inherent properties want to crystallize faster, and then the part pops out supercrystalline, hooray! And or you make a bottle and you pump it out and use a resin that's more amorphous, and you cool it down quickly, and it goes in the amorphous state. And so resins have broadly been in those kind of two categories: amorphous or crystalline, and intentionally in those two. And once the part's formed, you don't tend to take something in the amorphous state and turn it crystalline in industry beforehand. So in order to do this really well, you need to create a resin that is quite amorphous and amorphous enough for you to print it, and manage the printing conditions and keep it amorphous, and then still be easily crystallizable. And because industry has been in we'll have a crystalline version or we'll have an amorphous version, you've got resins that are kind of at either end. And you don't have this kind of little bit in the middle. So we end up doing things like taking nylon and then printing it with a bands-on full to make it print amorphous, and then sometimes take it and then crystallize it afterwards under conditions there. So I think that like that whole post-facto crystallization of parts is something that industry hasn't fully explored. There's some fundamental science still to do, like into the weeds of
It's fun stuff, yeah.
I think some of it comes back to the hot end as well, in what's actually possible to do in that with the materials. We've certainly had some PET that behaved incredibly oddly in the hot end at certain temperatures, i.e. becoming a crystalline block, then having to be
clogging at the hot end.
you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, great experience.
And I had a lot of, I would say fun, because it was knew what was going on, but it would be incredibly frustrating for anyone who bought that material, put it in their hot end and ran it at 265, and thinking, well, I should pump it through. Actually, that's exactly the wrong temperature to run it at, and you have to bump it up to 290 almost to get it to flow again. So it's a weird material, and I thought it was great fun playing with that, but someone who bought that material just expecting it to work would have an enormously bad time and probably blame the hot end.
Yeah, I imagine so.
Yeah, but overall, I mean, not a lot of people are using that process intentionally, crystallizing the parts once they come up with it. I think that's just because it's an extra step. As with anything, people are lazy. They would rather have something that they can grab off of a printer and have it perform exactly the way they want, versus maybe needing an extra device, an extra toaster oven that has been modified in some way to do the temperature
predictability. Right? The parts necessarily change temperature when they crystallize. That's the physical thing that has to happen when you crystallize a part. So they will change shape, and how they're going to change shape is unintuitive and unpredictable.
Yes, we've seen that recently in some of the metal machines that are taking green parts and shrinking. We're seeing the same sort of process happening. There has to be a controlled shrinkage, and that's a very, very difficult thing
I
to do.
think those are becoming much easier. Right?
Yeah.
Because sintering is the process. Sintering is the process. As I don't know much about sintering, but as I understand, it's much more isotropic. Whereas polymers shrink because the chains align when you put them down. Particularly in FDM, the chains align perpendicular to the flow. So in the kind of the radial direction, you get more shrink because all chains are like this, and then they go and that's the other parallel, and you get less shrink in the axial direction. which was backwards to how I imagined it to be.
Yeah.
With that.
It's kind of like wood, right?
Yeah, it's just like wood.
It's like wood.
Okay. I guess the other thing is we've just talked about FDM.
Oh, yeah. True. I don't have a ton of experience with resins, to be honest.
I don't particularly like resins. I've used them, don't particularly get on with them, but paste, I think there's a huge amount of usage that we could use in 3D printing with different pastes. And I think that's only just been touched on. And people have done the usual sort of standard ones, but yeah, integrating that, and that's one of the tool changer aspects that I think they will start to see some really interesting uses of paste, even if it's to add a silicon seal after seal or something on a 3D printed part. Something as simple as that, but that can be a really interesting aspect to that side, where you just can't get that from thermoplastic materials. So I think paste.
And with paste, you can do more than just polymers. You can do more than just plastics. I talked to the guys at Fukushima who are printing foodstuffs. They're printing, potato, whatever that is. They've been printing liver, potato, and then all sorts of weird stuff. Honestly, I don't much see the application of that, but where I do see the application, it's kind of a gimmick.
The best application I had for 3D printing food was for care homes. You can recreate a carrot, but it isn't as difficult. It's still got some height. It's still got some. Yeah. It still looks and feels like a carrot. It's not just a plain mush, but actually you can break it up quite easily with this.
Honestly, wouldn't it just be easier to make like a vacuum formed mold and just spray your paste in there and get a much nicer result, and it takes seconds instead of hours to print?
Yeah, and I think it's back to will it be appealing to a very small minority who's quite happy to pay for that customer experience? That's usually how these things are driven from Michelin stuff.
Like customized cakes and stuff.
But I would love to see actually that technology, whether it is 3D printing or mold making or whatever else, be used for the aging population. I think that's actually a really valid usage case for material 3D positioning systems.
Yeah, so food and also what you can do with paste is you can do ceramics. There have been some incredibly awesome demos and showpieces of how you can use a ceramic clay kind of material and print it. It stays in shape. It's printable like a filament. Then you fire it and you have your fully functional, still 3D print looking parts, but you have a fully functional part all of a sudden. And what was it? There was at the Bay Area Maker Fair. There was a project that was kind of repopulating, that's the word, coral reefs. So they made like substitute reef structures basically, dumped it into the ocean and watched the reef grow back basically.
That was one of the very early, that was like 2011. In Sydney. So that was one of the very early usage cases. It wasn't concrete printing actually, it was a mix of stone and certain chemicals to reformat the stone back from a paste material. So it wasn't a concrete structure that would be negative to the environment. It was actually a stone base.
So there was some inspiration happening there with that?
That's one of the big usage cases for the large format 3D printing.
Yeah, and I guess one of the last materials we could touch on is the ultra high performance stuff. So first of all, carbon filled. If I personally not had good experience with carbon filled materials, yeah, they look nice, they have a nice texture to them, but very often it is that they're either not putting enough carbon in there or chopping the fibers too short to actually make a noticeable difference on the strength. Most materials are going to print better because they don't shrink much, but they're not performing better in the end. Yeah. Have you guys had any different experiences with carbon film?
I've had pretty much the same experience really. It's an aesthetic. I found it to be quite disappointing. There have for stronger carbon fiber materials, but generally I do find people are charging a lot for effectively something that's just matte and different.
I think that we're getting there. I think that some of the new carbon reinforced nylons have valid applications. And we've got to look at why add carbon to a resin, increase modulus, increase strength, shrinkage and warpage. And there's a whole very valid argument that is this will allow us to print higher performance materials more easily. So carbon-filled nylon and carbon-filled polycarbonate are much easier to print than their unfilled relatives in a lot of cases, warp-wise anyway. I think that with material science we can get that increase in modulus, and I've been able to get materials to show increases in strength, definitely modulus. So I think that a lot more engineering needs to happen, but they have a lot of, I think they have a significant future. But I think the big caveat to all of this is I think that they do probably 90% of what carbon is doing. And so why are we not using glass? Well, it's because glass tends to be made in large diameter strands, and carbon tends to come in smaller diameter strands. And the carbon fits through the nozzle easier. And so we pay this huge premium to get a fiber-filled material that is really utilizing none of the exceptional properties of the carbon. So you're paying, you pay the filament premium, you pay the filled filament premium, then you pay for the carbon as well. You end up paying, £50.
And your hardened nozzle.
So basically what you're saying is if you're using fiber filaments, use a large nozzle and use glass fiber.
No, I'm saying that fillers should get smaller diameter glass, put it in nylon, and then sell lower cost glass reinforced nylon.
I've tried glass reinforced nylon. It's not a nice thing to use at the moment. But that's because it actually looks quite lovely. The filament.
And you only figure over it, and you look at it and you're like, ouch.
I had an application I wanted to experiment with to fix a bathroom shower screen, and I knew it was basically glass or nylon, the original part, and tried to replicate that and gave up. I ended up using PCABS, and that was fine. It was absolutely strong enough that it did the job. But yeah, it was an interesting experiment to play with that, and I agree with Sanjay. It just needs a lot more research. But yes, one of the best PLAs I ever had was just a carbon-filled PLA. It was supposed to be conductive, but it wasn't good enough. But actually, it's a really nice PLA to use and drink with.
They're super. They're super dimensionally stable parts. I think that you'll probably find that. So Colorfab's got a new nylon out that they announced at TCT, I believe it was, and they've got a new nylon out, and Maker have that new nylon out, and neither of them are advertising them as filled materials, but I have a very strong suspicion that they are using fillers. They're not just fillers. I think that they're using nanoclays, mineral fillers, which are all over the polymer industry. I mean, these are all refined polypropylene and things. They reduce costs because they're mainly made of dirt, and dirt is cheaper than plastic, and things don't get much cheaper than dirt. Clean dirt. Basically you dig it out of the ground, you crush it up, you chuck it in the extruder. But we've been using them for a very long time, so they're very well understood, and they increase stability, slightly increase stiffness, a bunch of other properties, but they massively reduce shrink in 3D printed parts. So again, adding these fillers in really intelligent ways rather than in the past it's just been like carbon is cool and people buy carbon. Now we're starting to get into the intelligent addition of fillers that belong there for specific reasons. But I have faith. I think that no fill materials are not showing their true promise to the FDM world yet, but stick with us and we'll get there.
Do you think there's more options than for FDM and thermoplastics than there is for resins?
Yes. We've got multi-trillion-dollar head start. It's just a no-brainer. Thermoplastic is the most widely used material on planet Earth that humankind uses to the world around it. There's a number of parts. in terms of unique designs and like that. But well, it's up there at the very least. And it has effort put into it. And so I think that yes, if we're looking at what 3D printing is doing, the world is in the 3D printing world, I think that physics is probably on our side, but also there's a huge head start on an industry basis.
Definitely, I definitely agree. I think I'm always surprised when people ask when FDM printers will, and they will not be the norm.
SLA will replace.
It really surprised me, and I have to tell them basically the same sort of thing, that they both have a purpose, but actually the reason why it's been around for 30 years already is still because it's still very valid process.
Carbon are doing some really cool. A lot of people
Carbon 3D,
they're just like, oh, they're the people with the cool.
Yeah, it's just a gas printer that actually the chemistry there is really cool.
So they mix the light resin with the thermoset resin.
That's on the cutting edge of resin. I think for most makers, you're going to be stuck to fairly bland formulas for some time in resin, whereas FDM is going places.
So I think with SLA resin, there's because as you mentioned, FDM and polymers, injection molded polymers, have seen so much research already. I think there's a ton of untapped potential with SLA because we've just not seen the full spectrum of what's possible and what might still be out there. So then, as soon as there's a bit of interest there, I'm sure that there's going to be new developments that do more than what we think we can do today. Just for science works, right?
Yeah. There's definitely a lot more to come. There's definitely a lot more to come. I just would preface that with I think it's harder to get things to polymerize with the addition of a photon and then get all the molecules to couple together than I think it is to have molecules that already exist and are synthesized just jumble themselves around a bit. One is an inherently more complex, more difficult process than the other. And I think that adds quite a bit of constraint to your available chemistries and properties.
And certainly from the accessibility side, it's still going to be easier to run it on a real through a 3D printer in a thermoplastic system than it is any other type of resin.
Yeah. All right. Good. We're not going to do Q&A today because we are running out of time. Yeah, well, it's all right. But I think we've got a good hour of very interesting content and good stuff we talked about. So thank you.
Too much.
Hey, but that's what this podcast is for, right? We get an hour to just talk about the stuff we enjoy, and I think we've done that. So thank you both for being here. Thanks for spending the time.
Thank you.
It's been great.
Welcome to the Meltzone Podcast for November 3rd, 2018. I'm Tom.
And I'm Stefan. And on today's episode, we are going to talk about tempering PLA, the price drop and change of the Fusion 360 CAD software subscription.
Yeah, we're also going to talk about whether 3D printers have fingerprints, as it has been recently announced in a research paper. And since I've been to E3 the last 2 weeks ago today, we're also going to touch on the new products and see what Stefan thinks about the mortar beds and the high temperature product range they just announced.
And we're also going to talk about DIY filament making. I got my hands on a DIY filament making machine a couple of days ago, and I'll talk about the first experience I have. And also Tom has one DIY build machine at home where he is going to talk about some of the things maybe he has already done with it.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff. All right, Stefan, what have you been up to?
What I have been up to. So I have already said that I have been working quite a bit with my new DIY filament making machine from Filastruder, but we'll get into that topic later.
Oh yeah, there's a lot to discuss on that. It's such an interesting topic too.
It's a really interesting topic, and this has been hooking me quite a bit and has been consuming quite some time in the recent days and weeks. I've also been working with some other interesting filaments, nano diamond filled PLA, which is kind of cool. And I thought I would prepare the video for this weekend, but I think I won't be making it. So yeah, these are the current topics I am working on and I have been working on. So what about you?
What about me? Yeah, but recovering from the road trip. It's always interesting, we go out on the road, we talk to a ton of people, you're just gone for a week, but it's 3 weeks in total of effort. But, which is our first topic for this week, I did make a video once I came back about a espresso or cafe W, I don't know. The Italians will correct me here what this is actually called. I'm going to call it an espresso W cup because it fits a double espresso. But yeah, this is PLA, this is tempered. This is the HD PLA from Propasta. And yeah, Stefan, you've been doing some stuff with tempering PLA too in the coffee sphere of this world, right?
Yes, I have. Well, I have done a video almost 1.5 years ago where I 3D printed one of these Bialetti coffee makers and actually got it working on my stove at home, my induction stove. That was really cool, and it just showed that if you're treating PLA the proper way, so tempering it is able to withstand much higher temperatures than you're usually used to with PLA, because usually PLA gets soft at around 50 centigrade. And this is one of the real big downsides of printing PLA. But if you're doing the annealing process, PLA can withstand 170, 180 degrees Celsius, and this is pretty crazy. But there are some downsides with it, and I think we have seen that pretty nice in your video, in your time-lapse video during the annealing process, that the parts just tend to warp quite a bit. Yeah. So talking about annealing, people are mixing that up from time to time. There is annealing of semi-crystalline materials like PLA, for example, where during the annealing process, the amorphous polymer chains get in order, crystallize, so you increase the crystallinity of the part, and this is what is helping you with material properties and especially with temperature resistance. You can also temper or anneal other plastic parts, which are actually total amorphous polymers, but there you are only releasing the internal stresses that were created during the printing process. Also can help you with material properties, but this is you need to distinguish these two things. But it's a pretty interesting topic.
Yeah, and I mean the same thing is happening in the PLA, which is causing some of the warping. I mean, this thing you saw is now kind of oval. This saucer is also very oval because this was printed in that direction. So along the layers, or in the Z direction printing, it actually grew. Because I guess there are internal stresses just from the direction the filament is laid down. So the actual filament tracks want to contract. and the material has to go somewhere, so it actually grows in the Z direction. That is also happening when you temper or heat treat PLA. But I mean, the big thing is the crystallization, and these parts, I mean, as always with tempered PLA or heat treated PLA, they are incredibly heat resistant and also quite rigid. Now that of course works well for coffee. You've got your coffee maker actually on your stove, and did you ever measure like what the hottest part of that is, and when actually making coffee?
Well, it doesn't really get too hot because the part that was getting hot in my coffee maker was just this big metal washer. But this was all of the time like immersed in water, so it probably didn't get that much hotter than 100 degrees because then the water is boiling.
Water boils and actually cools it back down.
During the design process, I also tried boiling water in like a printed pot, but which I put on my gas stove. This worked up to a certain point, but it didn't really work out all the way. I don't know how hot my machine got, but well, since I also did some temperature resistance testing in the past, it's really the case that up to like 170, 180 degrees, the material stays totally rigid, but then if you are then getting over this maximum temperature, it just gets soft in an instant. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, Protopass have actually, I think, experimented with selling pre-tempered filament. So don't confuse that with like, okay, you can actually just buy this stuff and print it, and it's going to be a tempered or heat-treated part that's going to be super temperature resistant. It's just the filament itself that has been heat-treated for machines where you might get PLA clogging because the heat break isn't all that well designed, or that it jams somewhere due to heat and regular PLA softening. Now, where am I going with this? Anyways, one thing I was going to ask you is how did you deal with warping in your coffee maker? Because I feel like you've got mechanically interlocking parts, so if those warp, you kind of fish out of water in that case.
Well, this was actually one of the things why I did this video. So I got a roll of Foam Futura's Volcano PLA, and the claim of their Volcano PLA is that you can heat treat it, but the amount of warping is minimal. It's just like in the range of 0.1, 0.2, 0.3%. And this is really the case. So the parts came out really only barely warped. All of the threads were still working, so this was something really cool. And before I had been also working with other filaments, and there you have shrinkage rates of like 2, 3, 4%, depending on the brand. So this was a way to get around with that. That's not a standard PLA. This is a modified PLA. I don't know how Foam Futura is doing that. I think Protopasta, they are adding some elastomers and other additives to the material, which kind of compensates the shrinking process at least a bit. But you kind of always need to deal with this shrinkage that you have in the air, or not actually even just shrinkage in your case. It was even, or in the z-axis, you even have an expansion of the part.
We actually get growth. Now, I guess one thing that people should keep in mind is that the annealing or the heat treating, the crystallization process is something that you can do with pretty much any PLA. My first experiments with crystallizing PLA was basically just standard off-the-shelf PLA with no advertised capacities of crystallization at all, and it still worked, but it still worked a lot. So it sounds like I should definitely try the Foam Futura Volcano PLA, because Protopass are also claiming that the HD PLA does not warp or shrink or deform a lot. They're also saying around 1%. It might have been that I've just used the wrong temperatures. I just dropped it in the oven at 100 to 110. I actually checked it with the floor camera. And it might have been too hot. I might have also needed to kind of heat it up a bit more slowly, and actually drop it into a box of sand or something. But yeah, I think it's a great application if you have the parts that are subject to high thermal stresses and can't print peak, for example.
Yeah, I think you can put really a lot of work into how to anneal your parts. I also did that in the past with thinking about, well, putting it in the cold oven and then, well, heating it up slowly, putting it directly in there. What kind of well, platform you are putting it on? Actually, during the last couple of months, and especially with the now removable print bed from the Prusa,
Yeah.
one of the best things that I have found is putting the whole print platform into the oven directly at like 100 degrees Celsius. And this, if your part is still stuck to the print platform, that helps you a lot with reducing warpage.
Yeah, because it still supports the part in the way
Exactly.
it anchors it down and kind of counteracts those forces that you get just from the internal stresses relieving.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So definitely very interesting topic, and yeah, I'm going to run some more experiments on the HDPLA, but it sounds like I should really check out the Funktour stuff as well.
Yes.
All right. The other thing, or the other two news stories, or the actual news stories this week, Fusion 360 price hike, price drop. Stefan, you are using Fusion 360, right?
Yes, I've been using Fusion 360 for the last 2 years, just for the bare reason that it is a really capable CAD program, which is free for me as a small maker. Let's put it this way. So I don't have to use any wares, which would probably be not too good showing that on YouTube. And efficiency is a thing which is really important for me. You can use open source software, but that is just always
free CAD.
Free CAD.
I've tried it. It's
and being used to professional CAD software, it makes it really hard for me to use other software. So I'm totally happy that Autodesk is providing that software at the moment free for makers and for hobbyists and students. I hope this is not going to change soon, but they have already been changing something with their pricing structure for the professional versions.
Yeah, so I mean, the Fusion 360 price model used to be kind of like this. So there was this free version that as a maker you could use, or as a small business with like limited revenue you could also use for free. And it gave you a ton of features. It gave you like CNC capabilities and simulation and the full CAD and a nice package of just stuff you could use. And again, that was free up to a certain company size, I guess. Then there was a basic subscription, which was I think around $300 a year.
Yeah,
$310 or so. And that actually had less features than the free one. So that was a downgrade, I guess. If you were using all the features of Fusion 360, you would need to spring for the full version, which was around $3,000 a year.
1,500.
1,500?
Yeah.
Okay. What did I mix up those numbers? It must have been like a 2-year subscription. Yeah, so that was a much more expensive subscription, and that gave you 2-year subscription. There we go. That was a much more expensive subscription, but gave you, I think, slightly more features than the free version. So what they've now done, and I guess this is kind of a reaction to Onshape kind of changing their models, their pricing models, maybe, if they even were a relevant competitor at this point. But the professional package of Fusion 360 is now getting cheaper. It is $450 or $500 a year.
Yeah, so that's a
$495.
price drop of 2/3.
Yeah. Yeah, so price drop of 2/3. So, but the entry level paid subscription is now gone. So it's kind of like what Adobe is doing, I guess, with their Creative Cloud. Like either you subscribe to the full thing or you get nothing. I mean, with Adobe you can get like individual apps, but really it's kind of all or nothing. So either you use it for free or you pay for it. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's logical for Autodesk. probably not a lot of people were springing for the full license, and now they can kind of milk all those small subscribers a bit more while giving the big fish a price break.
Yeah.
I don't know, but you get more features.
Yeah, you definitely get more features, but I think that I'm not sure how many used like CAD or the advanced simulation tools, which were only available in the more expensive version. So I think it gets a little bit into the direction milking the small ones a little bit more, but still, you gotta say that the price is still quite competitive for what you're getting if you compare it to something like Katia or SolidWorks.
Yeah, and I mean the thing with like the purchase one software is you can buy like a full. Let me put it this way: so a full SolidWorks license that does kind of the same thing as the professional Fusion 360 package is around the neighborhood of like 70,000 euros. That has everything. That has fluid simulation and whatnot. But looking at paying, where are we now, $500 a year for Fusion versus paying 60,000 once, the break even there is not very very good. It's going to be quite a few years into the future. But also, even soft that you buy once have like yearly new versions that you can then upgrade to, and if you, it's kind of like infectious if somebody saves a file with the new version, the old versions cannot open it anymore, even though there might not be anything in there that's incompatible. So you kind of have to upgrade or stick with an older version for so long. So yeah, if you're looking at professional use and what the competition is there, I think it's still a very competitive price. And to be honest, I mean, if you're at the point where you kind of need all those features in Fusion 260 that you kind of don't get with the free version, or you make enough revenue that you have to pay for it, it's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a subscription.
No, because you need to have a higher revenue than $100,000 a year that you even have to pay for the software.
Yeah.
Then I think paying $500 for this tool is totally reasonable. If you're only taking
of your revenue,
if you are only taking a look how much a subscription of Photoshop or a full creative suite costs, that's
I don't know. More for that
we pay around €1,000 a year just for Photoshop,
privilege
a year, and all of the other tools. And well, even though they are really, really powerful, also this CAD software, I think the price is reasonable. It is bad for the small ones, or for the ones who have the smaller subscription, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's still bearable.
It's business as usual. I mean, what are you going to do about it? Switch to what exactly?
And there's an offline version of Fusion 360. That's the thing. Fusion 360 is this cloud-based software tool, and you either subscribe. There is no possibility to just purchase it once, deal with it, or find something different. But everything else, which has kind of similar features, is way more expensive.
Yeah. But of course, I mean, it's a subscription, which it has always been. So all of this is kind of, at a position where they can do whatever they want, basically, with their pricing model.
Yeah.
And if you're trained in that software and you're kind of locked into the ecosystem and you have all your data stored there, it's not really easy to get out. I mean, I see the same thing with Premiere. I thought about, hey, maybe you should buy a Mac and go with Final Cut, but then it's like, oh, but it doesn't do this one feature that I really like, and there's a very strong pull factor into that, especially in a professional environment where I don't know how it is today, but a few years ago, like the old Katia, or was it 6 or 16 or whatever the 90s
version 5 release 16, yeah,
so something like that, which is 1998 or whatever, was still in use for professional use. So
it is still in use today. I can
so
I can confirm that. But the thing is, it is working. It is used by lots of big manufacturers and companies who have changed to the latest version, for example, on CATIA, they kind of had big problems. So the other ones still staying with the old version. And you gotta say, the old R16, for example, of CATIA is not like the more or less latest one, or 26, or don't know what it's at the moment. There has been lots of updates, at least in the background, not only GUI, and that's
Windows XP service pack, sorry.
yeah, like Windows XP service pack. Yeah, it is as it is.
It just goes to show how hard it is to actually switch out of something once you're invested in it.
Yes, definitely. What really concerned me when you were suggesting this topic was what are they doing with the free version? Because I don't know if there is another competitive software at the moment on the market. Onshape, there was Onshape,
Yeah.
which has kind of professional CAD features, but is free to use for students and makers at home.
Yes. So I guess that is the closest competitor. Of course, Onshape changed the licensing so you couldn't use it for any business use, which means I can't use it because my YouTube and making stuff is my job. So sorry guys, I'm not gonna. And Onshape is more expensive than Fusion, right? The paid packages.
I have never been working with Onshape so far.
So okay, 1,500 per user per year for Onshape. So yes, it is 3 times as expensive for the base package, which doesn't have the data management parts of the software. So just the CAD. But yeah, that is, you know, the closest thing. That there are a lot of like smaller, low price buy the ones and then use it kind of software solutions. But I mean, those might be more than enough for your DIY hobby user. But yeah, it's tough because it is by nature a professional market, a professional ecosystem that you're kind of adapting to, a maker or lower end market that traditionally wasn't there. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
It's gonna be interesting, and I really hope that Autodesk is continuing using makers and students kind of like free advertisement as free advertisement, because if you are like releasing such a software for free for the ones who more or less would not pay it if it wouldn't be free, but might convince their later employee that this version is suitable to use and they know how to use it, then it's free advertisement for Autodesk, because they might be then the ones who are buying the software, the professional packages.
It's kind of twofold. So I guess what Autodesk are getting from the free version is they get a lot of testing, a lot of work hours put into the software. They kind of figure out what works and what doesn't, just bug tracking.
Yeah.
But for example, what SolidWorks is doing is I know Inventor used to be the same way. I don't know if it's still the case, but they have a free student version. That was extremely feature limited. For example, when I was studying the SolidWorks, where it didn't even have export to STL enabled, you had to go through the e-drawings viewer. That would be able to export to STL, but SolidWorks could not do that. So it would brand new designs, have like this design was created with the student version, so you could not use it for professional use, but you got all the training in for your students. The students learned your software, and then carry that over into their companies that would be working in, and then kind of be comfortable with that, and I guess demand working with that.
Definitely. Yeah, so let's hope that it stays free. I think the whole maker community is kind of depending on that, and
I'm confident in Autodesk. I've not been too much of a fan of their software in the past, just because reliability and stuff, but Autodesk are actually making an effort to be present in the maker sphere ecosystem. So 3D Meetup Sweden, they were there, which is a super small meetup, and one of the Autodesk guys showed up and just kind of taught some stuff. I think at Bay Area that they also, I think they were there with a booth. So that they're kind of present in even the low end market where they're not going to be selling subscriptions into.
All right. Let's continue to the next topic.
Yeah, we're making good time here. I hope guys, this is so. As always, we're open to feedback. So if you guys think we're kind of dragging on too long on these topics, let us know. There's a comment feature on YouTube on the WordPress the website. You can also comment or tweet at us on Twitter. Just feedback on the duration of these things. But we really enjoy talking about this stuff, and yeah, it's good fun discussing. I hope you're enjoying it as well.
Yes. So next topic, 3D printer fingerprints. I think this has been popping up, I think 1.5 weeks ago when a research paper was released where some